Settle into a quiet place. Let your breath soften, like waves touching a moonlit shore. Tonight we're meeting the inner critic. Not with battle, but with tea and understanding. These gentle Buddhist-inspired tales are simple lanterns, short warm lights you can carry inside. Each story loosens a knot, softens a harsh word, and invites the tenderness you deserve. As you listen, you don't have to do anything perfectly. Just breathe and allow kindness to become the pillow your mind rests on. The room was simple: a cushion, a low table, a small clay teapot that remembered many evenings like this. The teacher sat and let the spine rise as if lifted by a thread. Breath moved in, breath moved out. The air had the coolness of a late hour, and the world felt unbusy. Somewhere, a kettle clicked itself quiet. The teacher noticed that too. One more sound among sounds, not a command, not a problem. There was a soft, familiar shift at the edge of awareness, like a draft slipping under a door. The visitor arrived without footsteps, a rustle of thought, a tightening behind the ribs. "You're not good enough," came the voice, even before a shape appeared. And then he was there. Mara, eyes sharp, cloak of old stories around his shoulders, that mouth already forming the next judgment. He looked exactly as memory expected him to look, which meant he looked like every difficult day at once. The teacher did not shrink. They did not fortify the mind's castle, raise a drawbridge, or sharpen a spear. They turned, and a smile appeared at the corners of their mouth as naturally as breath. "Welcome," they said, and gestured to the second cushion. "There's tea." Mara hesitated. He knew battle. He knew bargaining. He knew collapse. But welcome. The shape of him flickered. "You forgot to answer 3 messages. Your voice is boring. Your kindness is fake." It was a strong opening volley. "I hear you," the teacher said, steady as weathered wood. "Please, sit." They poured the tea as if pouring sunlight. No hurry. The steam curled, lifted, disappeared into the room's dimness. The teacher noticed the warmth through the cup, the weight in the palm. The first sips, small bitterness that yielded to sweetness. "You may join me," they said, "but you may not lead." Mara sat. He always sat when offered a seat. He could not help glancing at the door as if escape might be wise. "If I stop," he muttered, "you'll become careless. If I soften, you'll be exposed." "Thank you," the teacher said gently. "I know you think you protect me." They set the cup down and placed one hand on the belly, one on the heart, feeling the body rock slightly with each breath. "Stay as long as you like. I'll be here, breathing." The room grew larger, not because its walls moved, but because attention did. The teacher let the breath spread like warm water through cold fingers. Inhale, feel the belly rise. Exhale, feel it fall. Words drifted in. "You always get this wrong." Pause. "I see you." Breath. "You're behind. You'll embarrass yourself." Pause. "I see you." Breath again. The phrases landed and dissolved like chalk in rain. Mara tried a different angle. He tugged at old threads, images of early failures, faces that had frowned years ago, a memory of standing in a doorway with nothing to say. "See?" he urged. "Proof." He pressed the chest tight, stirred the stomach, pulled the jaw. "You have to listen to me." The teacher lifted their eyes and truly looked at him. He was not monstrous. He was tired. Beneath his sharpness, there was a frightened assistant carrying a too heavy ledger of every mistake. trying to predict tomorrow's storm from last winter's map. "You may speak," the teacher said, "but let me feel the cup in my hands first." They named what was real now: warmth, breath, the faint scent of roasted leaves, the way the cushion hugged the sitting bones. Naming what is true crowded out what was imagined without a fight. Mara slumped a little. "If I stop criticizing," he said, voice quieter, "won't you stop growing?" "Growth happens in sunlight," the teacher replied, "not in shadow whips." They poured another cup. "I don't need the lash to learn. I need presence." They let silence do part of the teaching. In that silence, a clock ticked, a heater exhaled, distant traffic washed like a tide. The teacher watched thoughts rise and pass. A headline, a list, an idea for tomorrow, and, like clouds, they moved on when not chased. Mara tapped the table. "But fear keeps you safe." He leaned forward. "If you don't rehearse every flaw, you'll be caught unprepared." The teacher nodded, not in agreement, but in understanding. "You were born when I needed you," they said. "You appeared in classrooms, in living rooms, in late nights when approval felt like air. You learned how to make me small before anyone else could. You have worked very hard." They bowed their heads slightly. "Thank you for your labor." No one had thanked him before. The cloak of stories slid from his shoulders a little. "When you speak now," the teacher continued, "I will set a cup for you and listen. I will say, 'I see you,' then I will choose what helps." They held up a palm, gentle and firm. "You may be here, Mara, but you do not drive." They both breathed. The teacher let attention widen to include the soles of the feet, the soft points where the body met the cushion, the small movements of the back as air filled and emptied. They imagined the mind as a clear room with a wide window. Thoughts were visitors. Some wore heavy boots. Some wore slippers. Some knocked loudly. Others slid in uninvited. The teacher's work was not to banish, but to host wisely. Tea for all, keys for none. "Try this with me," the teacher said softly, as if speaking to a child and to the listener beyond the walls. "Inhale to a count of 4, hold for a beat, exhale to a count of 6. As the breath lengthens, let the shoulders drop a fraction. Good. Again. With each cycle, the body believed what the mind intended. Safety. Mara watched, confused by the lack of argument, the absence of a counterattack. Calm was the answer that did not argue back. A new memory rose, unbidden. The teacher at 12, a paper returned with red marks. At 16, a silence after a confession. At 21, a stage light revealing every tremble. Mara had been summoned at each moment, like a guard dog, praised for barking. The teacher felt the ache of that and put a hand where it hurt. "Ouch," they said softly. Naming it soothed the oldest ring of the tree. Mara squinted. "So you'll just be kind to yourself? Isn't that indulgent?" "Kindness is fuel," said the teacher. "Cruelty burns the house to keep one room warm." They lifted the cup, watched the steam rope into nothing. "When I meet pain with gentleness, I stay available to learn." They took a slow sip. "When I meet pain with punishment, I hide, and nothing changes." He looked at his hands. They were ink-stained from keeping score. "What if I don't know how to stop?" he asked. "You don't have to stop," the teacher said. "You just have to be seen." They gestured to the breath. Watch this body breathing. Watch without adding orders. The mind obeyed the invitation, like a river obeys gravity. One breath. Soft. Another. Another. The small muscles around the eyes unclenched. The tongue dropped from the roof of the mouth. The belly found its own tempo. In the quiet, the teacher spoke phrases as if planting seeds in soil that had been overworked. May I be safe. May I be gentle with myself. May I be at ease. May I accept the parts of me that are still learning. The words were not spells. They were directions the heart could walk toward. Mara listened as if hearing a language he once knew. He tried again to stir urgency, reached for the usual barbs, found them dulled. What if others judge you? He tried. They might, the teacher said, and I will meet that pain with care, not with self-abandonment. They looked up. I won't join an attack against myself to feel safe with someone else. The kettle ticked again as metal cooled. Night pressed its ear to the window. The teacher closed their eyes and pictured a door inside the chest with a small wooden sign. Guests welcome. House rules posted kindly. Thoughts entered. Some nodded and moved along. Some asked to rearrange the furniture. Some tried to shout. The gatekeeper smiled at all of them and pointed to a simple rule. You may be here. You may speak. You may not rule. Notice this, the teacher whispered, and the room seemed to lean closer. A doubt arises. Pause. Label it. Doubt. Pause. A memory arrives. Pause. Label it. Memory. Pause. A plan starts to write itself. Pause. Label it. Planning. Between the labels, the breath continued like tide. The labels weren't walls. They were gentle name tags that turned strangers into guests. Mara's voice, when it came again, lacked its old iron. If I'm quiet, he asked, will you forget me? The teacher's eyes were kind. I couldn't if I tried. But you don't have to keep shouting to be valued. You can rest. When I need to evaluate, I'll ask for your help on purpose, and we'll do it with care. We'll use specifics, not insults. We'll be honest, not harsh. We'll end with encouragement, so effort feels possible. He blinked, surprised by the idea of being invited rather than barging in. He looked smaller now, younger. The cloak of stories slipped the rest of the way to the floor and became only fabric again. Before you go, the teacher said, let's finish our tea. They raised the cup, feeling the simple human goodness of a warm drink held by warm hands. I see you, they said one more time. The words were a door that opened both ways. The teacher saw the visitor and they saw themselves, the one who had learned to make room without surrendering the house. Mara stood. He did not vanish with smoke or thunder. He looked around the quiet room that had refused to become a courtroom. I'll check on you, he said, but it was not a threat. It sounded almost like care. Come back any time, the teacher replied, and I'll pour tea. Some nights you can sit in the corner and rest while I breathe. He nodded and became only a thought dissolving into another thought, a current losing itself in wider water. The teacher stayed. They watched the next breath arrive and the next breath leave. In the chest, space. In the belly, warmth. In the mind, a little more sky. If you are listening now, you might join them. Let the jaw soften. Let the breath lengthen, just enough to feel kind. Place one hand where you most feel the rise and fall. When a familiar judgment arrives about your day, your body, your past, look at it the way you might look at steam above a cup. I see you, you can say. You may be here, but you may not lead. Then sip the present moment like tea, steadily, without hurry, trusting that warmth knows how to move through you. When the cup is empty, set it down. The warmth remains. The night is quieter than before, and somewhere inside, a once sharp voice has curled up, finally, to rest. The path to the teacher's home wound through lemon trees and low stone walls, the kind of path that made the mind slow down if the feet would let it. The student did not let it. They moved quickly, words already crowding their mouth, thoughts already presenting their documents for inspection, opinions, conclusions, verdicts with stamps on them. By the time they reached the door, breath was thin, and shoulders were tense from holding so much. The teacher opened with a soft smile that did not rise or fall in reaction to the rush. "Come in," they said, and the room received the student like a lake receives a pebble. A small sound, then wider and wider rings of quiet. On the low table, a clay teapot breathed its little fog into the afternoon. Cups waited, empty and patient. "I've read everything," the student began before sitting. "I know the steps. I'm trying to let go, but I think I should be further along. Honestly, I feel behind. Maybe I need a stricter routine, or maybe I'm not disciplined enough." The teacher lifted a hand, not to silence, but as you might lift a lantern to show the path. They poured tea. The stream rose, amber and fragrant, and the surface of the cup climbed toward its rim. The student leaned forward instinctively. "Careful. It's going to..." The teacher kept pouring. Tea slipped over the edge, pooled in a perfect glossy ring, then began to run in slow threads across the table. The student's body tightened. "Stop! It's overflowing!" The teacher set the pot down. The room listened. "Exactly," they said. Heat rose in the student's face. They felt scolded by a cup. "I didn't mean to be rude. It's just, well, obviously it can't hold more." "How could wisdom enter?" the teacher asked gently, "when your cup is already full?" They handed the student a small cloth, and together they wiped up the spill with the same care you might give to a child's tears. The teacher's movements were not hurried. Nothing in them believed this was a disaster. The student stared at the cup, as if it might confess something. "Full of what?" they asked, though they already knew. The answer moved behind the ribs, in the jaw, in the list they carried like a talisman. How to breathe correctly, how to sit, how to fix, how to stop being so imperfect. The inner critic supplied commentary like a news ticker. Should have known, should have done, should have been. "Let's look together," the teacher said. They turned the cup in the student's hands. "When you arrived, what were you full of?" "Plans," the student admitted, "and worries about the plans. And a few old quotes I wanted to impress you with. Also, fear I'll do it wrong again." The teacher nodded as if hearing the inventory of a kitchen, not a confession. "So there was no room for this moment," they said, "until we made room. That is all." They tapped the table lightly. "We will practice making room." They set a small empty bowl beside the cup and offered the student a handful of smooth pebbles, each with a word brushed in ink. Should, always, never, perfect. Prove hurry. The students smiled despite themselves. Pick one, the teacher said. The student chose should, the pebble warm from being held by many hands over many years. Place it in the bowl, the teacher said. The pebble went in with a sound like a raindrop. Again, the teacher encouraged. Always drop. Never drop. The teacher's eyes stayed on the student's face, tracking the small changes, the forehead easing by a thread, the breath deepening by the width of a leaf. You don't have to throw these away forever, the teacher said. We are only putting them down for tea. The student laughed, relief loosening the knot of their throat. The inner critic, sensing they were being left out of a meeting, tried to interrupt. It presented a fresh list. You kept one pebble, it said. You should have put them all in the bowl. You're doing even the emptying wrong. The student felt the old tug, the urge to clutch the thoughts to their chest and call it responsibility. Notice the tug, the teacher said, as if they could read the weather inside the student. We will not argue with it. We will not obey it. We will give it a seat, a small one, not the head of the table. They nodded toward the cushion by the door. The student imagined the critic sitting there, arms crossed, but safe enough to uncross slowly. Now, the teacher said, let's feel the cup. They wrapped the student's hands around the clay. The heat registered first in the palms, then in the wrists, then in the soft underskin that remembers being held. This is the present, the teacher said. It is simple. Warmth, weight, scent. They lifted the lid and invited the student to inhale. Toasted leaves, rain on stones, something like honey and something like wood smoke. The student's body answered before the mind did. The teacher poured again, this time stopping before the rim, and both of them watched the little meniscus quiver and settle. An empty cup is not a failure, the teacher said. It is readiness. They set their own cup down, without drinking. Tasting can only happen when space exists for taste. But I want to grow, the student said. If I become empty, don't I become nothing? Emptiness isn't absence, the teacher replied. It is capacity. A clear sky doesn't mean no weather. It means all weather can pass without becoming the sky. An empty cup doesn't mean no tea. It means tea can arrive. They gestured toward the window. The lake does not lose itself because it isn't always full of rain. It holds whatever comes and remains a lake. They invited the student to breathe. Inhale gently to a count of 4, the teacher said, voice like a finger tracing a circle on water. Pause for 1. Exhale to a count of 6, the student followed. With each exhale, something poured out that wasn't breath. An old sentence, a braced shoulder, a hurry that had nowhere genuine to go. Again, the teacher said, empty a little with each out-breath, not into nothing, into the room which can hold what you no longer need to carry right now. The critic coughed from the cushion. If you stop thinking, it said, you'll miss something important. We're not stopping, the student whispered back internally, surprised by their own tenderness. We're making space. They pictured tipping the mind cup, just enough to let stale tea slip into the bowl. What remained inside already seemed clearer. Now taste, the teacher said. The student raised the cup. The first sip met the tongue with a hint of bitterness that changed into sweetness, then into warmth traveling down the throat and flowering behind the sternum. It's different when I actually taste it, they murmured, half astonished by how ordinary the revelation was. So are you, the teacher said, when you actually meet yourself, without the spill and the rush. They sat quietly for a while, which in that room did not feel like waiting, but like being. The teacher reached beneath the table and brought out 2 more cups, one very small, delicate as a bell, and one wide bowl you could hold with both hands. Sometimes we drink from a thimble, they said, cradling the tiny cup. Anxious capacity. We take in just a drop of life and feel overwhelmed. They set it down and lifted the larger bowl. Sometimes we remember we are a lake. We make room with breath, with posture, with the simple choice to put always in the bowl for an afternoon. We let experience be sipped, not gulped, not hoarded. How do I keep this when I leave? The student asked. Leaving had always been the problem. The world crowded the door with appointments and opinions, and the empty cup filled with noise before the road hit the first curve. 3 small rituals, the teacher said, counting on their fingers as if naming herbs for a simple soup. First, the exhale, longer than the inhale, anytime you notice pressure. It empties a little without drama. Second, the set down. Whenever you catch yourself carrying an always or a should, say out loud if you can, setting this down for now, and imagine a bowl nearby. Third, the beginner's question. What is actually here? Touch something. Smell something. Name one thing you can feel. This is how you empty. Not by force, but by returning. The student repeated them quietly. Exhale longer. Set it down. What is actually here? The mind tried to turn them into commandments. The body softened them back into invitations. They stood and moved to the doorway. The world waited, unfixed, wearing the same old face. The critic stood too, less bristly, not quite sure who they were if they weren't in charge. The teacher placed a cool palm briefly on the student's shoulder. One more thing, they said. When the inner voice starts listing everything you must be, thank it and then ask, what can I release to make room for what helps? Not what to add, what to release. That question is a key. On the walk back, the student practiced in the company of lemon trees and stone walls. A car door slammed somewhere, a dog barked, a thought arrived with its hands on its hips. The student smiled and tipped the mental cup a fraction. The noise poured out into the day, which took it without complaint. A breeze moved across the skin like a kindly hand. For a minute, there was nothing to improve. Later, in a small kitchen, the student made tea. They noticed the kettle's rising thread of sound, the click, the way steam raveled. They placed a bowl on the counter and fed it words under their breath. Never. Drop. Perfect. Drop. Prove. Drop. Just for the length of a cup. They sat and tasted. The critic, from its cushion in the corner of the mind, looked on without issuing a report. If it tried, the student breathed out longer than they breathed in. Something emptied again. Space returned like a friend. When evening came and the day's end wanted to turn into a review, the student lay down and practiced one last pouring out. Inhale 4. Pause 1. Exhale 6. Thoughts lined up and were offered a seat, not a pen. I will make room, the student whispered, not as a vow but as a kindness. I make space for kindness to fill me. The words were simple and not magic. They were doors. On the other side, quiet. On the other side, sleep. And in the quiet, the cup of the heart was not empty like a drawer after a feverish search. It was empty like a sky ready for stars. Morning began with the sound of rain worrying the eaves and a small bright pane at the traveller's toe. They had caught it on the edge of the mat by the door. The pane announced itself in a clean, sure way, sharp, local, undeniable. The traveller hissed between their teeth and reached for the toe with both hands, as if palms could learn its shape and soothe it. Then came the next sound, almost as automatic as thunder after lightning. "You're so clumsy." "Of course you did. You ruined the start of every day." The first pain was in the toe. The second pain bloomed behind the sternum and in the jaw and in a familiar part of the mind that kept a ledger. The traveller felt the quick internal scramble. Fix, explain, defend, blame. The body tensed to receive the scolding it was delivering to itself. Outside, the road through the village shone with rain. The traveller wrapped a shawl around their shoulders and stepped into the wet morning. The toe throbbed a little with each step, but not terribly. The words, though, the second pain, followed like a hawk that had learned the route. At the bend by the banyan tree stood an old monk in a straw hat, watching the rivulets carve temporary rivers in the dust. The traveller paused, half to rest the foot and half to rest from the voice that had already made 3 new accusations and was sharpening the 4th. "Good morning," the monk said, eyes crinkling at the edges. "Your face looks like a sky about to rain again." "I stubbed my toe," the traveller said, as if that accounted for the gloom gathering inside. "And then?" the monk asked. "And then I told myself I'm careless, that I always do this, that I never pay attention, that the day is ruined." The traveller scowled, annoyed to hear the list out loud. The monk nodded, as if someone had just described the weather accurately. He picked up a thin twig and drew 2 small arrows in the wet earth, simple shapes pointing toward the same horizon. "2 arrows," he said. "The first is pain. The second is our shot at ourselves." The traveller looked down. The arrows glistened in the rain like tiny fish. "It feels like one storm," they said. "I can't always tell where the first ends and the second begins." "That is the habit," the monk said softly. "Pain arrives, and then the inner critic reaches for the next arrow without even looking, saying, 'Here, I'll help.' But that help is costly." He tapped the first arrow with the twig. "This one asks for care." He tapped the second. "This one asks for mercy and restraint." They stood together under the drip of the banyan leaves, watching a line of ants negotiate a bead of water larger than any one of them. The traveller's toe had settled into a dull warmth. The inner voice, noticing it was being ignored, grew louder for a few beats, and then, perhaps confused, grew curious. "Walk with me," the monk said. They moved along the road at a pace set by the traveller's foot and the monk's age. "Tell me 3 more first arrows from this week," the monk suggested. "I spilled tea on a letter," the traveller said. "First arrow," the monk agreed. "My friend cancelled our plans at the last minute." "First arrow." "I woke in the night and sleep did not come back for an hour." First arrow. The monk's palm opened, receiving each event without judgment, as if catching falling figs. "And the second arrows?" he asked. "For the tea, I told myself I always ruin things I care about," the traveller said. For my friend, I told myself I'm not worth keeping. For the sleepless hour, I accused myself of being weak, of failing at something as basic as rest. Saying it out loud felt like re-stubbing the toe. The monk's mouth softened. Do you hear the difference? The first arrows are about life as it is. Hot tea behaves like hot tea. Friends have their own weather. Bodies have nights of their own mind. The second arrows are about identity, about worth, about the story you tell of yourself. The first asks, what would help? The second declares, you are hopeless. They reached a small bridge. Rain whispered on the surface of the stream, turning the water into a skin of silver. The monk leaned on the rail. Let us practice a little, he said. Take your stubbed toe. What does the first arrow ask for? Maybe gentleness with my steps, the traveler said. A few breaths before rushing out so I see the mat. Maybe moving the mat. And the second arrow? It asks me to agree that I am clumsy and will always be, the traveler said, feeling the old hook nibble at their attention. It asks me to sign a contract I never read. Good, the monk said. So we will become a person who reads before signing. He turned, eyes bright, as if sharing a small secret. When the pain arises, you can whisper, ouch. That is an honest prayer. Then ask, what would help? That addresses the first arrow. When the voice arises to multiply the pain, bow to it and say, second arrow, I will not shoot. That addresses the second. They walked again. It seems too simple, the traveler said. Truth often is, the monk replied. It is the habit that is complex. They came upon a small courtyard where a woman was tending cooking pots under a lean-to. A boy reached up too quickly and knocked a ladle to the ground. It clanged and splattered a little sauce. The boy winced, prepared to be scolded. The woman's hand went to her heart first. Ouch, she said softly, an instinct for both the mess and the boy's fear. Then she handed him a cloth. We wipe, she said. No second arrow flew. The monk nodded toward the scene, as if the village itself had agreed to be an illustration. The traveler watched as the boy wiped, cheeks pink, shoulders relaxing. How did she do that? The traveler asked. She tended the first arrow, the monk said. She skipped the second. Perhaps she learned from her own mother, or perhaps she learned the hard way. Either path is a teacher. They reached a shrine on the edge of the rice fields. The monk sat on the low step, shook water from his hat, and patted the stone beside him. The rain had eased to a mist that made everything taste like a clean cup. Let's look at the night you could not sleep, he said. First arrow? My body was alert, the traveler said. Heart a little quick, thoughts lively. It felt unpleasant. What would help? The monk asked. Perhaps turning the pillow to the cool side, the traveler said, softening the jaw, letting the breath be longer on the exhale, putting a hand on the belly and saying, even awake, I can rest. Not trying to force sleep, but giving the body restfulness to find sleep if it wants. The monk's eyes warmed with approval that did not inflate the ego. Second arrow? The story that I would be useless the next day. That this proves something defective in me. That I have failed a simple human task. The traveler's throat tightened as they said it. The old narrative had grooves worn by years. "And what could you say to the second arrow?" the monk asked. The traveller tried the words on for size. "I see you," they said to the mental narrator. "You may stand there. You may not shoot." They felt silly and tender and a little relieved all at once. "Good," the monk said. "We are not pretending the first pain did not happen. We are refusing to make it larger by harming ourselves in response." A dragonfly stitched the air in front of them, then vanished into the wet light. The monk lifted his gaze to the low travelling clouds. "Would you like to meet the archer?" he asked after a time. "The archer?" the traveller echoed, half wary, half curious. "The part of you that shoots the second arrows," the monk said. "We can call them many names. Critic, protector, prosecutor. I like archer because it reminds us they are aiming, and we can ask them to put down the bow." They closed their eyes together for a few breaths. "Invite them," the monk suggested. "We will pour tea when they arrive." The traveller, surprised to find they knew how, said inwardly, "Archer, you may come." At once, a figure formed, not outside, but in the mind's room. Quick-eyed, lean, quiverful, bowstring taut. They looked younger than the traveller expected, and more tired. Their hands were calloused from practice. "Thank you for coming," the traveller said inside, feeling a little theatrical and yet strangely sincere. "I think you have been trying to keep me safe by shooting at me first." The archer shrugged, as if embarrassed. "If I wound you," they muttered, "no one else can." The traveller felt the truth and sorrow of that. It worked. Once, they said. It made me cautious. It made me study hard. It made me try to be perfect. They put a hand on the heart without moving in the outer world. But now the arrows land in places that are already tender. The archer looked at their bow, uncertain. "If I stop, who will keep you from being foolish?" "We will learn another way," the traveller said. "When real danger comes, I will call on you. We will aim the arrow at the problem, not at my worth. For the rest, I ask that you sit with me. Put the bow down. Have tea." In the inner room, the archer hesitated. In the real courtyard, rain released one last sparkle from the eaves and was done. The traveller breathed into 4, paused, breathed out to 6, and imagined a small table with 2 cups. The archer, looking suddenly very young, set the bow across their knees and sat. "Thank you," the monk said aloud, as if he had been sitting at the same table all along. "You have just practiced the art of only one arrow. It is not a spell to banish pain. It is permission to stop making war on yourself." On the walk back through the village, examples lined the street like market stalls. A cartwheel hit a rut. First arrow. The driver cursed himself for being an idiot. Second arrow. A girl's drawing smeared in the damp. First arrow. She crumpled it and declared she could not draw. Second arrow. A dog slipped, shook itself thoroughly and trotted on. First arrow felt and answered. No second arrow possible, at least not for dogs. The traveller found themselves practicing on small things to be ready for larger ones. A spoon clattered to the floor. "Ouch," they said softly, and picked it up. A memory of an old argument arrived uninvited. "Ouch," they said to the tightness in the chest, and put a hand there. The second voice tried to launch, "You always say the wrong thing," but the traveller labelled it gently. Second arrow. They imagined it as a thin spear held in the air by invisible fingers. They let it lower slowly to the ground and watched it become a stick, then mulch, then part of the soil from which something kinder could grow. At home, the traveller placed a small bowl near the door with a few smooth stones in it and a thin piece of twine beside it. On slips of paper, they wrote phrases that usually arrived with bows drawn. Always, never, you should have known, everyone can see. When a phrase appeared, they tied it to a stone and set it in the bowl. The bowl grew heavy with unsent arrows. The room grew lighter. When pain came, the toe again, later that week, a splinter this time. The traveller practiced giving the first arrow what it asked for. Tweezers, warm water, patience. They spoke to themselves as they would speak to a child. "This hurts," they said simply. "I am here." The second arrow swooped, missed, and found no invitation. Over time, the traveller learned to hear the first arrow as a bell and the second as a rumour. The bell called them to care. Rest, water, boundary, repair, apology. The rumour urged them into a court where they were always both defendant and prosecutor. Some days they walked into the court before they noticed. On those days, the traveller practiced walking out without finishing the trial. "I withdraw the case," they would say in their mind, and feel the shoulders drop. They also learned that sometimes the first arrow asks for strong action. A tooth aches, go to the dentist. A friend hurts you, name it, set terms, perhaps step back. Self-compassion is not inaction. It is wise action without self-abuse. The monk had said this on a later afternoon, and the sentence had settled in the traveller like a stone in a stream, shaping the water around it. At night, when the house grew quiet and the inner world tried to become a reviewing stand for all the day's missteps, the traveller rehearsed a small ritual. Lying on their side, one hand on the heart, they would speak in a low voice meant only for the cells that had worked all day. If there was pain, may it be tended. If there were second arrows, may they be forgiven. If there is learning, may it come bathed in kindness. Only one arrow. On the exhale, they imagined gathered arrows sliding gently from the quiver and falling harmlessly to the ground. They did not pick them up again. Sometimes the inner archer forgot and knocked a shaft. The traveller did not scold. They invited the archer back to the table. "You're trying to help," they would say. "Sit, and we'll plan help that doesn't harm." They would write a small note for morning, move the mat, put the kettle further from the letters, ask the friend to reschedule earlier next time. Each note was a way to serve the first arrow. Each omission of insult was a way to let the second arrow rust. On a winter afternoon months later, the traveller met a neighbour on the road who looked like a sky about to rain. "I burned the rice," the neighbour said, voice tight with more than rice. "Ouch," the traveller said, with the exact tone of a hand offered to help someone up. "What would help now?" The neighbour blinked, as if they had expected a shared tirade. "I suppose, start another pot and open a window." Then, almost shyly, I was about to tell myself a long familiar story. "2 arrows," the traveller said, tipping their head toward the shrine by the fields. "It's an easy habit. We can learn another." They stood together, feeling the cool air move through the open window of the moment they had made. A pot was washed, another was put on. The neighbor laughed the small laugh that happens when panic drains without need of an explanation. The traveler felt the bow inside lower another inch. As evening fell, the traveler sat on the step and watched the first star thread itself into the deepening blue. The toe that had taught the morning's lesson no longer hurt. The mind, which had once believed every sting required a story, seemed content to feel the passing of air in and out of the nose. They whispered the words they had learned to trust, simple as water. Ouch. Pause. What would help? Pause. Second arrow. I will not shoot. The night did what nights do, closed gently around the house. Somewhere, an inner archer yawned and leaned the bow in a corner. In the space that quiet left, sleep came the way a cat does, when it feels safe enough to curl up. Dawn had barely lifted when the wanderer reached the cliff path, a ribbon of stone stitched to the mountain's side. Mist moved in the ravine like a slow animal, breathing, revealing patches of pine and brush, and then pulling the view away again. The wanderer had taken this route to shave an hour off the journey, telling themselves they were capable, that the mountain welcomed careful feet. Halfway along, the path narrowed, crumbling at its outer edge where rains had been busy in the night. The first stone gave way with a sound like a sigh. The second broke with a crack. The wanderer lunged, fingers finding a root, then a thick vine, and for a breathless moment, they dangled above a long drop where a river hurled itself against dark, wet rock. A splash of orange moved on the ledge above. A tiger, muscle and patience, stepped from shade to light, curious at this dangling creature who smelled of sweat and travel. The wanderer's heart leapt so hard it felt like someone knocking from inside the ribs. Far below, where the ravine opened, another tiger paced along the river stones, lifting its head every so often, as if scent could travel uphill and tell a story. The upper tiger's eyes were coins in morning light. The lower tiger's tail swayed like a metronome set to a slow, inevitable song. The first arrow was simple: fear. The hands burned where the vine cut into the skin. The left knee scraped rock. Warm wetness told of a shallow cut. Breath came in short sips. The inner critic arrived with its familiar travel bag of conclusions. Brilliant, it said dryly. You always pick the risky way. You wanted to be efficient. Now look, caught between two deaths. You will be a lesson other people tell their children. The wanderer felt the old reflex to argue with the voice, to explain, to defend, to promise different choices next time, as if debate could widen the ledge. The vine creaked gently, a reminder that the body asked for attention more than the voice did. The wanderer placed attention where it mattered. Ouch, they whispered to the sting in their palm. I am here. The words steadied the breath without forcing it. Inhale to 4, pause, 1. Exhale to 6, one more cycle. The heart listened, believed, and softened its knock. A small movement by the wanderer's right hand drew the gaze downward. The vine that held their weight wound through a tangle of scrub, where a low plant hid in plain sight, leaves rough and green, white flowers already turned to bright fruit. A strawberry, red as a small lantern, hung within a reach. It looked impossibly ordinary in a scene that felt like a legend. The critic snorted. Really? You're dangling between two tigers, and you're thinking about a berry. This is exactly your problem. Distracted, foolish. The wanderer considered the voice with a patience borrowed from the mountain. The voice was loud because it didn't know what else to do. You can be here, the wanderer said inwardly, but you cannot lead. They let the sentence land as a simple rule without heat. The rule made a little room. A bee arrived, hovering near the strawberry plant, interested in a late blossom. It made the air hum like a distant chant. A drop of last night's rain ran the length of a leaf and fell on the wanderer's wrist, cool and startling. The vine had hidden thorns, but the bark's roughness gave grip. All of it was happening at once. The danger, the beauty, the ache, the breath. The upper tiger crouched but did not leap, measuring the distance with a predator's math. The lower tiger settled on a flat stone, tail making interrobang shapes in the air. The mind wanted to sprint ahead to endings, fall, rescue, climb. But sprinting would jostle the body, and jostle sent a whisper through the vine. Feel the hands, the wanderer told themselves. Feel the feet pressing rock. Feel the breath. The next exhale lengthened on purpose. With it, the mind became less of a courtroom and more of a room with the window open to the morning. The strawberry waited, shamelessly bright. The wanderer reached and felt the stem's small resistance give. A soft pop. Seeds raspy against the fingers, flesh cool from shade, scent that was green and sweet at once. The critic tried again, now dressing its argument as responsibility. This is not the time. This, the wanderer said in the quiet of the mind, is the only time. They brought the berry to their tongue. The first touch was tart, then sweet, then something that wasn't either. Just the taste of red itself, the taste children draw when they reach for the color that means joy. Juice moved across the tongue and down the throat, and warmth followed in a thin line to the center of the chest. It wasn't a miracle. It was a strawberry. It didn't solve tigers. It solved nothing. But it changed the world from a problem to a place, a cliff, a vine, a body, a bee, a berry, a breath. The mind, seeing the change, loosened its grip on catastrophe just enough for the eyes to widen. Above, the tiger blinked in a slow cat's way, perhaps surprised to see a dangling creature pause for breakfast. Below, the other tiger glanced up and then back to the river, bored by any drama that didn't involve blood. The wanderer chewed slowly, not out of wisdom, but because there was no point hurrying taste. The critic, unused to being treated with courtesy and disobedience at once, sat back a fraction, as if the seat beneath it had become more comfortable than standing to shout. A second berry glowed deeper in the leaves. The wanderer's right foot found a more honest purchase, toes curling into a nub of rock the size of a coin. The left knee, emboldened by breath, bent a little without the panic of falling. The vine seemed steadier now that the body had joined it as a partner instead of a burden. One thing at a time, the wanderer said to the hands. We do not need the whole path. We need the next sure place. The second berry was smaller, almost hidden, a lesson in not overlooking what is partly concealed by green. The wanderer picked it, and again the taste was bigger than the fruit, as if the mouth had remembered something its owner had long forgotten. That life offers itself in tiny, precise ways, even when the big picture is a sketch of teeth, The critic found a new angle. "If you enjoy this," it whispered, "you're approving of being in danger. You're rewarding yourself for bad choices." The wanderer let the whisper be a sound among sounds. The bee had moved on. A swallow had sliced a ribbon of air. A pebble had clicked its way down the ravine, small and brave. "Enjoying is not approving," the wanderer answered. "It is seeing. It is letting in what is true. There is fear. There is sweetness. Both fit in the same moment." A small laugh surprised the wanderer. It was barely sound, more like the shape of laughter formed in the chest. The laugh made room for another breath. From the corner of the eye, a pale stripe revealed itself along the cliff face, a narrow seam where water once ran, leaving a path of darker rock. The wanderer tested it with the fingertips. It held. The hands moved a little to the right. The right foot felt for a ledge no thicker than a finger. The left foot shifted from panic to cooperation. The body, once marshaled by terror, now listened to instructions as simple as nouns: hand, foot, hold, breathe. None of this was guaranteed. The upper tiger could still spring. The vine could betray. The rock could fail. But the world was behaving like itself. Rock held, vine flexed, lungs traded air for life, strawberry tasted like strawberry, and in that fidelity, the mind found dignity. The critic, which had confused vigilance with abuse, saw a new way to be useful. The next hold, it offered cautiously, might be where the water darkened the stone. "Thank you," the wanderer said inwardly, willing to turn a scolder into a scout if it would sit in the right chair. They moved along the seam, a hand's breadth, then another. The upper tiger tracked the motion, a golden comet with quiet feet, but the gap widened. Below, the lower tiger lost interest entirely and padded upstream, where fish threw silver at the surface whenever the current teased. The vine thinned as it split into smaller chords, and then the wanderer's palm touched a root with earth still clinging to it. Soil crumbled onto the knuckles, cool and gritty. Fingers dug in. The body levered up, and the chest met the lip of the path. The wanderer hauled themselves onto the ledge and lay with cheek against stone, listening to the drum roll in the ribs fade to a human rhythm. Across the way, the strawberry plant went on being a plant, untroubled by having been the center of a story. The wanderer rolled to a sitting position and looked back. The upper tiger had become a rumor of stripes in shadow and then nothing at all. The lower tiger was a memory that made the knees feel a little weak when imagined too clearly. The critic, deprived of spectacle, cleared its throat and tried one last flourish. "That was reckless," it said. "You should have known better." The wanderer brushed soil from their palms and picked a thorn from a thumb with gentle fingers. "Maybe," they said without argument, "and we are here. We will learn." They stood and tested each step as if asking permission, and the path, pleased to be asked, answered. As the sun climbed, heat lifted the mist and revealed the longer view. A shoulder of the mountain leading to a saddle, a stand of juniper-like green candles, and beyond that the easier road. The wanderer took out a small cloth, rubbed the strawberry stain from their lip, and laughed again, this time audibly. It didn't sound defiant. It sounded like someone waking from a long, heavy dream and remembering there was breakfast. On the way down, the world kept making offerings. Resin scent from a cut pine, a feather caught on a thorn, the shadow of a hawk sliding over stone. At a bend, the wanderer found a shepherd resting, crook across his knees, goats sorting the hillside for green. He lifted a hand in greeting and nodded toward the claw marks and dust on the wanderer's clothes. "Cliff lesson?" he asked mildly, as if asking about the weather. "Yes," the wanderer said. "2 tigers, 1 strawberry." The shepherd grinned, as if the phrase was a password to a club that did not exclude anyone. "Good fruit this year," he said, and tossed the wanderer a plum from his bag. The skin gave with a soft sigh, and the flesh was perfumed and messy and good. The wanderer wiped juice on a sleeve and thought of how hands can both cling for life and open for sweetness within a span of minutes. That evening, in a small room with a simple lamp, the wanderer wrote a sentence on a scrap of paper and tucked it where the morning eyes would meet it. "When fear arrives, see if something small and kind is also here." They placed a bowl beside the bed with a few pebbles and words they might need to set down in the night. Always, never, perfect, doom. They touched each pebble the way you pet a loyal but misguided dog, and then let the pebbles be stones again. Lying down, they let the body measure the mattress, the blanket, the friendly weight of it all. A point of pressure at the shoulder asked for a small adjustment. The wanderer obliged. Breath slowed on its own, but they helped it a little, lengthening the exhale in case some cliff still clung to the nervous system. The critic arrived at the bedside, shy now, perhaps chastened by the day. "Are we pretending danger isn't real?" it asked softly. "No," the wanderer murmured with eyes closed. "We are refusing to miss the strawberry while we look for a way forward. And sometimes the strawberry is the way forward." Sleep came like a cat choosing a lap, testing once, twice, then settling. Somewhere, a part of the mind still watched the ledges of the day, but it watched like a guardian with a blanket rather than a guard with a baton. In that quiet, the lesson moved from sentence to marrow. That tasting what is truly here is not a luxury added to safety, but a kind of safety itself. And if you are listening now, and your cliff is something you cannot name without your throat tightening, you might let your hand find a simple comfort, fabric, warmth, a cool glass, and name it. You might take a breath that is a fraction longer out than in, and see whether a tiny sweetness is also present. It will not dismiss the tiger. It will give you back your hands. And with hands returned, the next hold, small, solid, perfectly placed, has a chance to be felt. The road ran along the shoulder of the hill, dusty and bright, with dragonflies scribbling light over the fields. 2 monks walked it, one elder, steps soft as if the earth were a friend, and one younger, steps clipped and tidy as if the earth were a test. The younger monk's back was straight in the way of someone holding not only a pack, but also a promise to themselves to be perfect. His inner critic kept pace, a quiet companion with a ledger, making notes in neat script. The sleeves were a hair untidy. The bow to the last farmer had been too shallow, the breath a little uneven on the uphill. By midday, they reached the river. Rains in the mountains had made it full and quick, brown with silt, white where rocks pushed back. On the bank stood a young woman in travelling clothes, soaked from the knees down, hair pinned hastily, jaw clenched in the way of someone trying not to ask for help. She studied the current, stepped forward, stepped back. The elder monk took in the scene with the same simple attention he gave to birds or clouds. He greeted the woman with a nod that did not make her smaller. "The water's high," he said. "I need to reach the other side," she answered. "My mother is ill." Her voice broke a little on the last word, as if illness were an ocean. The younger monk felt heat rise in his chest. He knew the precept by heart. He had recited it at dawn and liked how it made his resolve feel clean. Do not touch what stirs desire. Keep the body like a still pond. He watched the elder step closer. The elder's eyes, old and clear, went from the water to the woman's face, to the path on the other side. He knelt and turned, offering his back as a bridge. The inner critic snapped its ledger shut, loud enough to echo in the young monk's head. "This is wrong," it hissed. "This is dangerous. This is a story you will keep forever." He opened his mouth and closed it. The woman climbed onto the elder's back with the relief of someone allowed to put down a heavy worry. The elder settled his feet in the river as if meeting an old friend in a crowded market. Water pushed around his shins, his thighs. He found the path by feeling for stones with his toes. The woman's hands rested lightly on his shoulders, not clinging, trusting him to do the work he had offered to do. The younger monk followed along the bank, heart splitting itself between admiration and alarm. He watched the elder's breath, saw it stay generous even as the current leaned hard, saw the elder pause once, adjust, smile at the woman over his shoulder as if to say, "We are in this together." Saw him step onto the far bank, kneel again, and let the woman slide to the ground. She bowed so low her forehead brushed the hem of his robe. He bowed back. Then he turned and began walking upriver to the bridge that would let the younger monk cross without breaking his vow. They met again at the bridge's end. The elder's robe was wet to the waist and clung like shadow. He wrung a small stream from the hem and laughed when the droplets made the dust hiss. "Good water," he said, eager. The younger monk set his jaw into the shape he used when patience was required, which lately was often. They walked. Cicadas ferried the afternoon. The elder watched clouds stack like slow cities. The younger counted steps and counted rules and counted the beats of his heart, which had only one word attached to them: wrong, wrong, wrong. 2 hours later, the younger monk stopped. The words he had been saving gathered too much heat to hold. "Master," he said, and the honorific was tight in his throat, like a ribbon pulled too hard. "We have vowed. You carried her. We are not supposed to touch." The elder turned his head. His eyes were kind the way a shade tree is kind, without effort, simply by being what it is. "Ah," he said, "I set her down at the river. Why are you still carrying her?" The younger monk felt the sentence land in him like a stone dropped into a deep well. Silent at first, then ringing all the way down. He wanted to protest, to explain that rules mattered, that vows kept the heart clean. His inner critic leaned in, excited. "Don't let him turn this on you," it whispered. "You are right. He broke the rule." The critic loved being on the side of order. Order let it keep its job. They resumed walking, the elder's feet easy, the younger's tight again. After a while, the elder bent at the roadside and picked up 2 small, rounded stones. He put one in his own sleeve, the other in the younger's palm. "Carry this," he said. "When your mind returns to the river, squeeze it. Tell me when your hand is tired." The younger monk slipped the stone into his sleeve. It was cool against the wrist. They climbed a hill. The stone became less cool and more insistent, announcing itself with each swing of the arm. He found himself touching it, rolling it forward, backward. It was a small thing, but it made itself known. He recognized the feeling from inside, a small thought made heavy by attention, bumping around inside the mind, bruising everything. At the crest of the hill stood a shrine, roof tiles curved like the backs of swallows in flight. The elder sat on the low wall, took out his own stone, and set it beside him. "I will leave mine here," he said. "I do not need it." The younger sank down and stared at the river's far glitter through the trees. "But the rule," he began. "The rule is a boat," the elder said gently. "Most days it carries us across safely. Some days the river has no bridge, and a different boat appears." He looked toward where he had crossed. "Compassion is the boat that knows when to launch." "You always have an answer," the younger said, and it came out like an accusation, though he had meant simply to say, "I am confused." "I have questions," the elder corrected. "Here is one. In the hours since the crossing, how many times have you carried that woman in your mind? How many times have you carried me? And has it made either of us safer? Has it made your heart clearer?" The younger felt heat touch the corners of his eyes, the sting that comes when you realize you've been hauling something unnecessary for miles. He didn't know how to put it down. Putting down felt like negligence. His critic stirred, unhappy at the suggestion of any standard softening. "If you stop being strict," it warned, "you will slide into ruin." The elder watched his face the way a gardener watches the sky, seeing what weather is coming. "When I first took vows," he said, "I made my mind into a fortress. The critic became a guard with a horn that could wake me from any gentleness. I was safe and I was hungry. Then, on a winter morning, my teacher walked through snow to the well and found a hungry fox frozen beside it, too weak to climb out, too proud to cry. He used his belt as a rope, and his hands bled from the cold, and he pulled the fox up and wrapped it inside his robe." The elder smiled, remembering. "He broke a rule. If you read with a narrow lamp. He kept a deeper vow. If you read with the sun." They sat until the cicadas faded and evening's first cool slid down the trunks of trees. The younger monk took the stone from his sleeve and placed it next to the elder's. The river carried light without effort. The elder stood and adjusted his pack. "We will make camp near the orchard," he said. "It smells of pears and patience." They found a flat place among fallen leaves. The elder built the smallest fire that could do the job, broke dry twigs with careful hands, and blew on the ember like a lullaby. The younger fetched water and returned, and the fire made an orange room in the dusk. They ate rice that tasted like the day had earned it, and a pear split with a thumb's push. "Tell me," the elder said, when they had washed bowls and turned them upside down on grass, "what happens inside you when you remember the river?" The younger closed his eyes. "My chest tightens," he said. "I hear the word wrong over and over. I see the woman's arms around your shoulders. I feel angry and afraid at once. He opened his eyes. And I feel ashamed for being angry at you, who helped her. The elder nodded. The critic speaks with one voice, but carries many faces: fear, anger, shame. It is trying to keep you pure by keeping you small. Ask it to sit with us. The younger looked into the fire, and in the way the mind learns from being invited, he pictured a figure at the edge of the light. Thin, alert, carrying a long book. "It is here," he said quietly. "It doesn't like your laugh." The elder laughed, and the critic's mouth twitched at the corner. "Tell it," the elder said, "what job you want it to have now. Be specific." The younger addressed the critic as if it were a dog trained to bark at leaves. "When I am tempted to harm," he said, "warn me. When I forget my vows, remind me. When I act with care, do not turn my care into a crime. When compassion asks me to bend a rule for love that does not possess, do not make me cruel to feel safe." He breathed and added, "If you are unsure, ask me a question instead of writing a judgment." The critic looked at its book, then at the elder, then at the younger. It sat down, a little offended to be demoted, a little relieved to rest. "Good," the elder said. "Now let us practice putting down." He took from his pack a small cloth bag and poured a handful of pebbles into his palm. Each pebble is a thought we do not need to carry past the place it arose. He placed them between them. Pick one up when a thought arrives. Name it. Place it by the fire. We will leave them in the ashes. The younger picked up a pebble. "Should," he said, and placed it down. He picked up another. "Impure." Another. "Failure." The words felt different when held, smaller than in his head, almost comic in their seriousness. In between pebbles he breathed, and sometimes his hand hovered over one and then moved past. "This one can stay," he said once, surprised. It was the thought that he would check on the woman's village tomorrow to see if news had come of her mother. Not all thinking was a stone. Some thoughts were bridges that knew they were bridges and did not pretend to be houses. When the last pebble was named and set down, the elder scooped them with careful fingers and tossed them into the fire's heart. They hissed as any cool thing does when it meets heat. "The mind is like this," he said. "It burns clean when we use it to warm rather than to punish." Night grew. Stars pricked the fabric of the dark. The river chattered louder now that daytime noise had fallen away. A voice with 1,000 tongues, all saying the same simple thing: move, move, move. The younger monk lay on his side and felt the long muscles of his back release one by one, surprised at how long they had been clenched. The elder's breath settled into an old song it had known since boyhood. Crickets traded lines. In the place the mind goes just before sleep, the younger saw himself at the river again. He watched the scene as if from a high branch. The woman's wet hem, the elder's bowed back, his own rigid shoulders. He didn't change anything. He placed a hand on the heart of that younger version of himself and said, "This is hard." Then he walked along the bank in his dreaming and met the elder on the far side. And together they set the moment down on the stones like a small, heavy bundle and bowed to it. The bundle did not follow. They woke to mist lifting off the fields. The elder brewed tea that smelled like clean roofs. Before they set off, He led the younger to the river again, to a shallow cove where the current cupped itself and slowed. "Make an offering," he said. The younger knelt and traced with a finger on a flat rock the characters for the words he had carried. Wrong, pure, danger, shame. The river's small waves licked the writing away as quickly as he made it. He laughed, and the laugh was easy. "There," the elder said. "You see." They walked on, and the younger tried a new kind of attention. When the inner critic raised its head, he addressed it without heat. "Is this helpful?" he asked. If not, he pictured putting it down by the nearest stream, ditch, trickle, even the water pooled in a leaf. He discovered that blessing can be practical. A breath out a little longer than a breath in. A palm pressed to the sternum when old shame stirred. The question, "What helps now?" asked in a voice he would use with a friend. On the road, life kept offering small lessons. A man with a cart had tied all the weight to one side. The wheel on that side sank deep and resisted. The elder stopped and helped him redistribute sacks until the cart rolled as carts should. "Even loads," he said. "Even loads." The younger nodded, recognizing his own mind in the tilted cart. He adjusted the way he carried himself. A little more ease, a little less drag. They passed the woman's village. From a doorway, a girl waved, then ran to them breathless. "My grandmother," she said, "is improving." Her eyes shone with the ordinary miracle of a fever gone down. "My mother says thank you." The elder bowed and asked the girl her name. The younger bowed too, and felt something inside him unclench, not in apology, but in relief. The kind that comes when a story receives its next chapter, and that chapter is simple and human and good. As evening drew near and the road became a ribbon of gold, the younger monk noticed that his steps had softened, not to match the elder's, but to match himself. He touched his sleeve and found no stone there. He touched his heart and found room. If you had been walking behind them, you might have seen the exact moment the younger monk's shoulders dropped half a finger's width, the measurable distance between carrying something and setting it down. And if you are here now with your own unseen bundle, held not by rope, but by thought and vow and fear of getting it wrong, you might try what he tried. You might pick up a small pebble from your desk or your pocket or your memory, name the word it carries, should, pure, never, must, and set it by a candle or a cup of tea. You might place a hand on your chest and say, "I set you down at the river." And then, when the mind returns to lift it again, you might smile and repeat, "I set you down," until the gesture becomes easier than the clench. It won't make life stop asking for courage. It won't make rivers shallower. It will make your steps yours again, and your breath a friend, and your sleep a place where even the critic learns to rest beside the sound of moving water. The hermit's hut sat where the path thinned to a ribbon, and the pines stopped trying to impress the sky. It had one room, a low door, and windows without glass that made the seasons part of the furniture. In the mornings, the hermit swept the floor with a broom that had outlived 3 handles. In the afternoons, he mended roofs in the village and took his payment in rice and stories. At night, he boiled water, set a bowl and a cup, and listened to the world settle into its sleeping shape. He owned little and seemed to lack nothing. On a night washed with moonlight as clean as river stones, a shadow slid along the wall like a thought that didn't want to be seen. The door's wooden latch lifted with the softest click. A figure entered, breathing like someone who has learned how to be quiet the hard way. The thief's hair was tied back with a leather strip. His clothes were a compromise between speed and shame. Dark, light, patch on patch. He moved around the room with a hand already shaped to take. He found a mat, a bowl, a cup, a kettle. He opened a small chest and found 4 things: a needle and thread, a folded letter with no writing on it, a stone with a hole through it, and a string that smelled like the hint of an old fire. He held them, weighed them, set them down. He checked beneath the mat, behind the door, under the low table. His face tightened. Stealing from a poor man felt like failing a test, and the inner voice that kept him in line sharpened itself on the moment. Even at theft, it said, you find emptiness. The door whispered again. The hermit stepped in with a bundle of dry sticks and a handful of mint. He saw the thief. The thief saw that he had been seen. They stood in a small windless pause. You're late, the hermit said, as if addressing a friend delayed by rain. He set the sticks down, laid the mint on the table, and looked around the room as if checking that the night had brought everything back where it belonged. There is hot water, he added. Will you have some? The thief's body made the movement of refusal and then stopped. He had no reason to trust kindness, but his hands were cold and the steam was persuasive. He sat. The cup warmed his fingers enough to make them remember another life. I came to take, the thief said, because saying it made him feel solid. You have nothing. I wish I could give you the moon, the hermit said. And the thief, who had been ready for pleading or anger or a story about karma, blinked as if splashed. What would I do with the moon? He asked. A laugh caught behind the question like a fish it might be unwise to free. Carry it, the hermit said, eyes on the cup's surface, where the round white face trembled when his breath touched it. Or, rather, remember it. The thief stood, annoyed by riddles, and walked the room a second time. No coins hid in the bedding, no jewelry hung from the rafters. He lifted the kettle's lid and saw only water. He put it down harder than he meant to and listened to the metal ring. The critic in his head kept score with neat, painful marks. Nothing here, nothing there, nothing to show for the risk. Your poverty is an insult, it hissed. Why choose a door that opens onto dust? The hermit watched the thief's jaw. Something is speaking very fast in you, he said. It must be tired. Don't talk to me like you know me, the thief snapped. His own voice startled him. It came from a deep room that rarely opened. The hermit nodded as if a sparrow had landed on the sill right on time. As you like, he said. Eat. He took 2 bowls from the shelf, filled them with rice and a bit of mint, and set one in front of the thief. The thief had meant to refuse, then to take the bowl, then to throw it, then to leave. He ended up eating. Warmth moved into him in the slow, convincing way warm food does. The critic quieted long enough to chew. You want to give me the moon, the thief said at last. Give me your robe. Give me your kettle. Give me that stone with the hole in it. Someone will pay for that. Take them, the hermit said, and the ease with which he said it made the thief's stomach drop. The thief gathered the robe, the kettle, the stone, the string. The small chest looked like a mouth, open and unafraid. "What is the trick?" the thief demanded. "The trick is that there is no trick," the hermit said. "Only choices that fit or do not fit the heart." He stood, went to the window, and swung the wooden shutter wide. Moonlight flooded the room as if silver were a liquid. It stretched across the floor and climbed the thief's legs like a cat. The thief looked down, then up. The moon was more than bright. It was calm. He felt its calm travel across the floorboards, up his bones, into the soft places. Even a hard life cannot turn all the way to stone. He took a breath that he did not mean to take. He exhaled in a way that sounded like something unraveling. "If I could," the hermit said, "I would give you this. Not the sky, your sky, the one that does not disappear when the window closes." The thief left in a hurry because staying would have asked something he did not yet know how to give. He took the robe and the kettle, and the stone and the string. And the robe was too thin, and the kettle too dented, and the stone suddenly sentimental, which is a kind of weight, and the string broke when he tried to tie it around the bundle. He cursed the whole world for a while, and then cursed only himself, until the words exhausted themselves, and sleep ambushed him beside the path. In the morning he returned the robe and the kettle and the stone and the string, and set them on the hermit's stick pile without knocking. He told himself this was because the goods were worthless. Another voice, the one that spoke up rarely and softly, said it was because the items seemed to belong to the room, the way fingertips belong to hands. He ignored that voice out of habit and survival. The hermit was out mending a roof. The thief waited and watched a spider work the corner between ceiling and wall with a dedication that made him embarrassed about nothing in particular. When the hermit returned and saw the robe folded, he bowed as if receiving a formal gift. The thief looked away. "Come tonight," the hermit said. "I will have a better treasure to fail at giving you." "Why?" the thief asked, and the question carried the weight of a lifetime of wrong doors. "Because you are the kind of person who brings things back when they don't fit," the hermit said. "Also, the moon will be thinner tonight. It teaches a different lesson when it is thin." He came. He told himself it was to learn when the hut might be empty. He told himself it was because people who live falsely can use truth like a lockpick. He told himself many things. He did not tell himself the simplest thing, that someone had looked at him without flinching, and he wanted to feel that look again. The moon was a slice into sky, a white fingernail of light. The hermit placed a shallow bowl on the table and filled it with water. The thief leaned over it and saw the moon cut into a narrow boat. He reached toward it. The water moved and the boat sank and returned and sank again. "You cannot steal a reflection," the hermit said, not to scold, just to say what was obvious and kind. "You can only steady the water." "How?" the thief asked, annoyed at his own interest. "Stop stirring," the hermit said, and lifted a finger from the bowl to show. The surface quieted. The moonboat grew bright again. The thief stared. He had tried for years to quiet things by force. Now the bowl offered a different approach, not more muscle, but less motion. He looked at the hermit's hands. They were calloused, but the touch was light. "What if the wind moves it?" he asked. "Then we remember the whole moon is above, untroubled," the hermit said. "We take care of what we can reach, the bowl, the breath, the window latch. We do not take offense that the sky has weather." On another night, the moon was full. The hermit took the thief to the pond that sat like a dark eye in a ring of sedge. "Steal this," he said, smiling, and pointed at the moon's vast bright face in the pond. The thief, who knew when a dare was a teaching, shrugged and sat. Frogs sang. A reed ticked against another reed. The night was large, and the thief's life was suddenly small enough to fit inside it without banging its elbows on everything. He did not try to take. He tried to look. He tried to keep looking when the mind offered other things to do. "What is it you keep in your chest?" the hermit asked quietly. "That argues with everything you touch." The thief could have said pride, or poverty, or a father's voice that never learned the shape of approval. He could have said hunger that got lost and called itself ambition. He could have said the ledger he carried in his head, the one that marked his failures in a script so tight he couldn't breathe around it. He said, "A guard." "Invite him," the hermit said. The thief swallowed. In the way of minds that have been given a gentle instruction, he found the room inside where the guard lived, thin, sharp-eyed, quiver-full, always tired. The guard had kept him safe as a child, the way a storm keeps a ship from leaving a harbour. He had needed that then. Now the harbours were old, and the sea was the size of other people's lives. "He doesn't trust you," the thief murmured. "He doesn't have to," the hermit replied. "He only has to rest sometimes. Tell him he can sit. Tell him we will invite him when a real danger needs his bow." The thief tried. He told the guard that he could sit, that it wasn't betrayal to stop aiming at his own heart. The guard didn't believe him, but he listened. That was new. He put the bow across his knees and watched the pond and scowled less as the frogs made their little bright insistences. "Why do you want to give me the moon?" the thief asked after a while. The question softened. "So you remember it is yours," the hermit said. "Not owned, belonging. As your breath belongs even when you forget to notice it." The thief went back to the village and stole nothing for a week and felt shaky, like a man recovering from a useful poison. He helped a woman lift a barrel because the barrel needed lifting, not because there was an angle in it. He patched a fence. He returned a purse someone had dropped, and the woman looked at him like he had performed a complicated miracle when all he had done was the simplest one. He didn't know where to put her gratitude, so he put it in his pocket and touched it sometimes like a stone that feels good to hold. He kept going to the hut. He learned the names of simple things: kettle, ladle, sparrow, mint. He mended the hermit's roof with him and learned how to stand on the beam without making the beam anxious. He carried water from the spring. One evening, the hermit placed 2 cups and said, "Pour with your non-dominant hand." The thief spilled. The hermit smiled and left the spill where it was until the night drank it. "We do not have to pretend we did not spill," he said. "We only have to stop pouring on top of it." The thief's inner critic had strong habits. Sometimes it woke early and stalked him, listing the things he had not done, the people he had failed, the cleverness of crimes he was currently not performing. He learned to say, "I see you," and he placed a hand on his chest as if to seat an impatient guest in a sturdy chair. He gave it tea. When it tried to run the house, he pointed at the moon. Light already exists, he would remind it. We don't have to make it by burning the furniture. Once the hermit woke him in the middle of the night and extinguished the lamp. Clouds had pulled over the moon, and the room went thick with dark. "Is the moon gone?" the hermit asked. "No," the thief said, annoyed and amused. "How do you know?" "I just do," the thief said, surprised to hear confidence in his own mouth. "That knowing," the hermit said, "is what I want you to carry when your mind becomes a clouded night. The moon of your worth does not need your permission to be full. It isn't quantity. It isn't proof. It is what you are when the taking stops." On the day the moon disappeared entirely, the hermit asked the thief to come before sunset. They ate early. They watched the light go simple and then go away. They sat in the complete dark and listened to how complete dark sounds. A mouse considering the broom straw, a tree negotiating with wind, the small clicks the hut made when the earth cooled. The thief felt a thread of panic reach for his throat, then felt himself reach for his breath instead. "What do you see?" the hermit asked. "Nothing," the thief said. "Where is the moon?" "Everywhere but visible," the thief said, and this time the laugh got out, gentle as a shawl. "Where is your goodness?" the hermit asked. "Everywhere but obvious," the thief said, and startled himself into silence. They sat until the dark changed, first slightly, then like a truth making its way into a stubborn idea. The thief knew he would always be the sort of person who could enter a room softly and look for what was not nailed down. He also knew he didn't have to keep being led by that. He could let a window be open in him. He could be the kind of person who returned a kettle, because a kettle belongs where tea will be made. When the moon returned as a ghost of itself a night later, thin as the edge of a promise, he felt in his chest the exact tenderness that slivers ask for. He walked to the pond alone and sat. The guard sat with him without the bow. They watched the thin moon teach the same lesson with different words. "I am here even when you can barely tell," he whispered. "I remember, and the water remembered too. Time did what time does, shifted like the light in a room you know well." The thief began to be known by other names. The man who mends quickly, the one who returns what is lost, the one who laughs low and easy. He was not perfect. He did not try to be. When the old itch scratched from inside, he walked to the hut and swept the floor and did the work that returns a person to themselves. Boiled water, poured slowly, lifted the shutter. Let the moon do what only it can do. On a cold night at the edge of winter, he brought the hermit a scarf he had traded for honest work. "You have given me many things," he said, the words shaky but true. "You have taught me where to put them down." The hermit wrapped the scarf and looked like all the lamps in a village lit at once. "You brought yourself," he said. "You learned to open your own window. No one can steal that. That is the moon you already are." Later that night, when sleep arrived like a soft animal, the thief lay on his mat in his own small room and let his breath make a tide. Thoughts came to the window and went. A voice tried to tally him again, and lost count. He felt the quiet that happens when you are no longer taking from yourself. He did not need to hold the moon. He let it hold him. The bowl was ordinary, clay mottled with the colours of baked earth, wide enough to bathe an orange cat, shallow enough to see your face if you leaned close. The teacher filled it at the courtyard pump until the water rounded up to a quiet meniscus. Morning light sat on the surface like a visiting bird. "Watch," the teacher said, and with 2 fingers swirled the water. At once the silt that slept at the bottom rose and turned the bowl cloudy, threads of brown and grey writhing into a small storm. "This is what the mind looks like when we poke it during weather." The student felt the urge to fix. "Should I stir the other way?" they asked, already reaching for strategy like a coat in rain. The teacher smiled and withdrew the hand. "Or," they said, "we could put the bowl down." They set the bowl on the sun-warmed stone and simply didn't touch it. The student squatted, elbows on knees, and waited, which was harder than it sounded. The water kept moving at first because motion does not end with the decision to end. It ends when momentum finishes running out of places to go. Spirals softened, threads unwound. The mud settled in slow curtains, each grain making a tiny choice to stop pretending it was a cloud. After a minute, a leaf's shadow reappeared on the bottom. After 3, the sky returned to the surface. "Nothing mystical," the teacher said, as if explaining a kettle. "Just cause and effect. Prodding keeps the mud aloft. Patience lets it fall." "I always think I need more effort," the student admitted. "More plans, more controlling." "Even for peace." "Effort is a good mule," the teacher said. "But you don't ride a mule across a lake. Some crossings are made by not kicking." They moved the bowl into the shade and left it there like a lesson that did not require an audience. The day carried them into the village, past the smithy's clank, the market's layered shouting, the bakery breathing out warm air sugared with anise. The student's mind did what minds do in a market, snagged and accelerated. A price sounded unfair. Someone bumped a shoulder and didn't apologize. A phrase from last night's talk replayed itself with edits that made the student win the argument they hadn't won in real time. Each snag sent a spoon down into the bowl of attention. The water clouded, then clouded more. "Feel your forearms," the teacher said suddenly, as if reading a dial the student couldn't see. "They've begun to hum." "They always do," the student said. "That's how I know I'm on. It feels like readiness but turns into friction." "Set down one invisible spoon," the teacher suggested. "Just one. Not all." "How?" The student's voice was a little sharper than they meant. Wanting to be calm had made them harsh. "Begin with the body," the teacher said. "When the mind won't stop stirring the mind, we stop stirring the body." They stepped aside to let a woman pass with 2 baskets. Let the jaw unclench by a fraction. Let the shoulders drop a finger width. Lengthen the exhale by 1 count. Don't fix the thought. Fix the stirring. The student tried and immediately wanted to judge the trying. Am I doing it right? Is my exhale long enough? The teacher put a hand, brief and cool, on the student's sleeve. Count 4 in, 6 out, then ask, what is actually here? touch, smell. Name just one thing you can feel. A fly landed on the student's wrist with the lightness of a coin, then flew. A boy walked by in a shirt that had belonged to 3 cousins, its threadbare softness obvious even from a step away. The bread steams smelled like home in a language the student didn't know they spoke. The stirring slowed. The mind, unprovoked, set a few particles down. "See?" the teacher asked. "It feels like disloyalty," the student said. "To stop worrying. Like putting down means I don't care." The teacher shook their head. "It means you care wisely. What you want is clear water, not more hands." They bought 2 pears and sat in the patch of shade the bakery's awning made into a cool square. The student bit a pear and let juice argue successfully against the mind's argument. "But what if the mud is important?" they asked around a mouthful. "What if there is a real problem down there?" "Then, when the water clears," the teacher said, "you can see the problem and pick it up like a stone. Feel its weight, examine its edges, decide what to build or where to place it so no one trips. Right now, you just have handfuls of murk." They walked home by the long route to give the student's nervous system time to lower itself without drama. Back in the courtyard, the bowl waited. The water reflected a clean slice of blue. "At noon," the teacher said, "we practice for the hours when we cannot find noon." They covered the bowl with a cloth and placed it inside the hut. "Come, the body is 1,000 bowls. We'll tend a few." Inside, the teacher had set out simple tools: a ribbon tied to a stick to show the breath's breeze, a bell that rang with a thin, bright sound that faded like a decision you don't need to fight anymore, a handful of beans in a small dish. "Sit," the teacher said. "Close your eyes if it helps, but not to banish the world, only to feel it more honestly." They lifted the bell and let it sing once. "We'll spend a little while not stirring." "What do I do if a thought barges in?" the student asked. "Label it lightly," the teacher said. "Planning, memory, worry, judging. Don't make a label machine. Name is enough to put down the spoon. Then return to the ribbon moving with your breath." The student tried. At first the ribbon was silly, then it was soothing, then it bored them, then it felt like the only honourable work available. The mind, out of habit, kept offering commentary. "You should be using this time to answer letters. You should be better at this by now. You should be more grateful." The student named them should. The teacher's mouth tilted. They could tell which label was filling the room by the set of the student's shoulders. "This is what I do," the student whispered, eyes still closed. "I keep reaching for a better technique." "That's stirring too." "It is," the teacher agreed, with no disappointment in their voice. "Even leaning forward to grab calm makes ripples, so we sit back in the chair of ourselves. Let the back be supported. Let the face be easy. Trust that the bowl knows how to clear if you stop playing hurricane." They sat until the bell felt less like an event and more like a sound among sounds. The neighbour's broom, a mule shaking flies from its ears, a kettle beginning to make its one interior note. The student's breath thickened, in a good way, like soup, and the buzzing in the forearms dulled to a hum and then to almost nothing. When they opened their eyes, the room seemed larger, as if a window had been added while they were not looking. That, the teacher said, is your baseline. Not special, just not stirred. Visit it often. In the afternoon, the student tried to keep the bowl steady during work. A man came angry about a miscounted measure of grain. The student felt the prickling rise in the chest that meant they wanted to defend. They pictured a spoon halfway to the bowl and set it down, gently, not with contempt. You might be right, they said, and meant it. They checked. They were wrong. They corrected, apologized without a single extra sentence, and watched how quickly mud settles when you don't thrash around in it, trying to prove it isn't mud. Later, a letter arrived from a sister they loved but did not understand, full of careful words that missed the point by an inch in every paragraph. The student read the first lines and felt old silt bloom from the bottom. You never see me. You always teach me instead of holding me. I have to be perfect for you to love me. The hand reached for the mental spoon. The student stopped halfway. They stood. They washed a cup with both hands, feeling the warm water run over the backs of their knuckles. They returned to the letter, read it again, as if it came from a stranger they were paid to be kind to, and discovered 2 sentences that were, in fact, attempts at closeness. They circled those like a gardener marking where the good soil is. They drafted a reply from the clear part instead of from the storm. It was not brilliant. It was kind. Mark what helps, the teacher said that evening, and handed the student a small notebook the size of one palm. Not as a performance review, as a map. The student made a list as plain as the day. Longer exhale, touch the table, name one sound, step outside to look at the sky for exactly 5 breaths, place a hand on the chest and whisper, "This is a bowl." In a corner they wrote, "Eat, then decide." Too many decisions had been made as if hunger were wisdom. Sometimes the mud rose not from an immediate poke, but from inertia. News read too late, light too blue at night. A day spent scrolling a world that had too much to say. The student learned to notice the particular flavor of that cloudiness. Not angry, not scared, just overfull. For that kind, the medicine was simple and unglamorous. Walk until the legs become legs again. Boil a potato and eat it with salt. Lie on the floor and let the back find the ground. Look at one tree until it stops being tree and becomes the specific thing it is. The teacher called these gravity practices. They worked. Mud respects gravity. When sleep faltered, the old stirring returned, urgent in the dark. The student practiced a night version of settling. Hand to the belly, feel the rise. Hand to the heart, feel the weight. Only one arrow, they would sometimes whisper, borrowing a lesson from another day. Only one spoon, they added, learning to translate insights into siblings. If thoughts demanded meetings at 2 a.m., the student scheduled them for morning with a pencil and closed the calendar. Some thoughts kept shouting from the hallway. The student didn't open the door. There were days when waiting was not the answer. A child screamed from the lane. The student ran. A pan smoked. The student moved it from the flame. Clear water does not mean still body. It means seeing the right thing to do and doing it without extra splashing. The teacher told the story of a monk who watched a house burn while meditating on impermanence. That is not wisdom, the teacher said dryly. That is smoke in the soul. Once, The student asked the teacher about anger that felt righteous, about injustices that required a voice, not a breath. The teacher listened the way the good earth listens to rain. "We need clear water most when we must act," they said. "If you shout with mud in your mouth, people hear mud. Settle, then speak. Speak from the part of you that sees the field, not from the fist." They practiced in the small theatre of errands, conversations, chores. The student found that washing rice could be a way to watch the principal play. Cloudy at first rinse, less cloudy at second, clearer at third, not because of a miracle, but because water met water, and what didn't belong there left. They found that rooms clear when you open a window, and minds clear when you open a moment. They began to love pauses, a breath before answering, a sip of water before replying to a message, a step to the doorframe and back before sending a difficult letter. The world made space for their spaces. Or maybe the world had always had space. The student had finally begun to match it. On a day when the sky was the color of linen and the wind smelled like rain promised but not yet given, the teacher brought the bowl out again. "Your turn," they said. "Show me how you would teach this to a child." The student filled the bowl, swirled it, muddy. They set it down. "We wait," they said, then shook their head. "We don't wait. We be here." They told the child to name 5 blue things they could see, 4 sounds they could hear, 3 places where their body touched the ground, 2 smells, 1 taste. The air counts. While the child hunted blue, the bowl cleared without anyone staring at it, the way bruises yellow while you are busy living. "Good," the teacher said. "You moved attention without fighting it." The student tried making the opposite mistake on purpose to learn its texture. They poked the bowl lightly every time a clear spot appeared. It never cleared. They laughed because sometimes seeing your own habit held in a bowl makes it easier to stop taking it personally. A visitor came through, a scholar with a hungry mind and a tired face. He asked complicated questions to which the teacher offered simple answers, which the scholar found unsatisfying because when you have hauled a wagon of ideas a long way, you want to unload them all. The student brought the bowl, demonstrated, and then placed it between them like a third participant. Whenever the scholar began to rattle the bowl with his words, the student touched the rim lightly. The scholar noticed. He watched the surface. He sighed. He took off his spectacles and let the bridge of his nose not be pinched for once. "Ah," he said softly. And that was the first true thing he'd said all day. By harvest, the student had become a person who could feel the difference between a stirred mind and a settling one within 3 breaths. This did not make them float above life. It made them find the ground faster. They still snapped sometimes, but less often and with shorter tails. They still cried, but the crying washed something rather than mixing the dirt back in. They still forgot and stirred, and then remembered and set the spoon down, sometimes with a self-laugh that didn't bite. They also learned to name the spoons. Some were obvious: caffeine at the wrong time, news with too many teeth, sleep cut short. Some were subtle: that friend whose every compliment contained a hook, the way they rushed after finishing a task instead of letting the satisfaction land. The sentence, "I should be further along." Naming them didn't banish them, it made choices clearer. Not now, they could say to a spoon at 10 p.m. Maybe tomorrow at noon when the bowl can take it. Some spoons they retired entirely, with a gratitude ceremony instead of a war. On the anniversary of the first lesson, the teacher and student walked to the river, where silt tells the truth about water's power by traveling. They filled the bowl and set it near the bank. A gust lifted and put the bowl's surface in wrinkles. Wind, the teacher said, gesturing at the life you cannot control. They shielded the bowl with their bodies and watched it calm. Shelter, the teacher said, gesturing at the life you can provide. A dog trotted past and drank from the edge. Life, the teacher said, grinning, and the student laughed, because sometimes the point is not to preserve your metaphor, but to refresh the bowl. They sat until sunset, found the surface and stained it gold. What do you know now that you didn't then? The teacher asked. That not stirring is an action, the student said. That waiting is different from abandoning. That clarity isn't a mood. It's what comes back when I stop making waves. And what else? That I can love the muddy parts, the student said, surprised to hear tenderness in their own voice. That mud is just earth that hasn't settled yet. They carried the bowl home together, each holding one side. The student thought of all the times they had tried to carry their life alone, when two hands would have steadied it better. In the yard, they poured the water onto a plant that had been looking at them thirsty for 2 days. The plant received it without philosophy. The bowl went back on its shelf, ready. That night, a storm shouldered up against the village and argued with the roofs. The student lay awake and felt a surge of old stirring want to make lists of everything that could go wrong when wind remembers its strength. They put a hand on their chest, another on their belly, and pictured the bowl in the hut, quiet even with rain shouting above it. Settle, they whispered to themselves, not as an order, but as an invitation. The breath widened. The lists lowered their volume and wandered off like dogs that had already barked enough. Sleep came through the door, it finds, when you don't block it with furniture. If you are here, bowl in hand, you might try it now. Fill it with tap water or with the water of your next 3 breaths. Stir once on purpose and watch how thoroughly the cloudiness makes its case. Then set it down. Put both feet on the floor. Drop your shoulders 1 centimeter. Let your eyes rest on something kind. Name one sound that is not your mind. Breathe out longer than you breathe in. Don't bargain. Don't bargain with yourself, with the past, with the future. Give the grains time to remember gravity. When a thought reaches to stir, say, not now. When another arrives, say, you can be here, but you cannot lead. When clarity returns, pick up what must be done, like a stone. Place it where it belongs, and leave the rest for the river to carry. The bowl will cloud again, of course it will. That is not failure, that is life. Your practice is not to keep it clear forever. Your practice is to notice the hand, set down the spoon, and trust what water knows. The first time the wind taught a lesson, it started small. Just a hush through the bamboo that made all the culms whisper to each other, like neighbors passing a bowl of news. The student stood in the grove with the teacher and noticed how the thin trunks weren't still even when the air was calm. They swayed a little on their own, as if remembering yesterday's breeze. Each green stalk wore rings, the nodes, like the tree's memory of weather. This much sun, This much rain, this much bending and returning. Look, the teacher said, brushing a palm across a leaf without plucking it. They are hollow. What looks like emptiness is strength. That space is what lets them bow instead of break. The student, who had spent years trying to fill every hollow with plans and opinions, heard the word hollow and felt uneasy. Empty had always meant unprepared. They stood straighter than usual to prove, perhaps to themselves, that they were sturdy. The inner critic liked that. It loved any opportunity to turn life into a test. It whispered, "Don't bend. Hold. Control." A gust came. The bamboo leaned, making a soft chime where one slim trunk kissed another. The student tried to stand taller, chest out, jaw tight against the push. The body read the order as danger. Muscles braced, breath shrank. The teacher, watching, placed 2 fingers on the student's shoulder and pressed, not hard, just enough to remind the body that it could bow. "Let your knees bend a finger width," they said. "Drop the tailbone. Let your ribs move. Try being a hinge instead of a wall." The student tried and felt ridiculous for a second. The mind judged the movement as theatrical, then felt something else, relief. With the knees unlocked, the wind didn't hit so much as pass through. The body swayed and found center again without drama. The critic protested. Rigidity felt like morality to it, but the body, ancient and practical, enjoyed not being punished for weather. Word came that a storm would arrive by nightfall, a stronger one than the village had seen in years. People began their preparations with the choreography that old places know. Bring the animals in, take the laundry down, tie the shutters with rope that has tied 100 shutters before. The teacher and student did the same, not with the panic of someone trying to beat nature, but with the seriousness of someone setting a table for a powerful guest. The critic took the moment to get loud. Make a list. No, 3. Check everything. No, twice. If anything goes wrong, it will be because you forgot. The student felt the familiar tightness behind the sternum, the buzz in the forearms that the teacher had called the hum of over-effort. They almost obeyed, almost sprinted from door to hinge to bucket, adding speed as if speed were competence. The teacher caught their eye. "We move like bamboo," they said. "Firm at the root, flexible at the top. Work from the ground, one thing at a time. Let breath lead." So they started with the earth. They checked the drainage first, clearing leaves to give water somewhere honest to go. They walked the roofline next, hands learning each tile's language. Loose, tight, needs attention. They coiled ropes so they would pay out easily later. They set lamps and filled a pot with soup, not because soup stops wind, but because warm food keeps humans soft enough to think. As evening deepened, the sky bruised to a color that made even the dogs quiet. The first big gust announced itself by slamming a shutter somewhere down the lane. The bamboo grove leaned all at once, an entire green crowd bowing in the same direction, and then stood back up, the way hundreds of voices become a single note, and then separate again. The storm arrived like a convincing argument. It hit the door with a flat hand and wrapped fingers around the eaves. Rain came sideways, then more sideways, until the village lost its sense of vertical and decided the direction of water was whatever the wind wanted. The critic inside the student tried to narrate the weather into a verdict. You should have done more. If something breaks, it will be your fault. The teacher banked the lamp so it wouldn't flicker out and said into the noise, "Feel your feet." The student widened their stance a little. The floor was simple and real. The storm made a kind of truth easy to find. You can't argue with air. You can only relate to it. The teacher cracked the door to check the courtyard, and the wind grabbed it like an eager child. Together, they eased it shut again with steps that were more dance than struggle. A rope had loosened on the eastern shutter. They would have to go out. The student reached for the heavy coat, and the teacher put a hand on their wrist. Before the door, they said, "We bow." To the wind, to the body, to the work. They showed the student a posture, knees softened, tailbone heavy, crown of the head lifted like a bamboo tip, tasting the sky. "Breathe low," they said. "In for 4, out for 6. Keep the exhale even, like pouring water from a bowl. When the gust comes, don't push back. Turn your ribs. Give it your side, not your chest." They stepped into the dark that wasn't truly dark, because rain, when it fills the world, becomes its own kind of light. The wind shoved, and both of them pivoted, their shoulders turning the way bamboo turns leaves to let air pass. The student felt the rope slap their palm and then snake away. Instinct tightened the hand. The rope burned a line across the skin. The critic jumped at the pain. "See? You're clumsy when it matters." But the teacher's voice cut through. "Bow." The student bent, not to submit, but to align. In that lower place, the wind felt less like an enemy and more like a river the body could wade with. They timed the reach to the rhythm of the gusts, wait for the lull, step, feel the push, settle. The rope came home, then not, then test. The shutter held. Back inside, both of them dripping, the teacher handed the student a cloth. "You met it," they said. Not praise, observation. Then came the inner weather. Between gusts, the student's mind opened a drawer labeled past and pulled out an old scene. A parent's voice that had never learned tenderness. A supervisor's email that measured worth only in numbers. The self-promise made in that heat. Never bend again. The storm outside and the memory inside braided until the body didn't know which wind it was facing. The teacher saw the look on the student's face, the way eyes go distant when the mind is hijacked by a story. They set the cloth down. "Another gust?" they asked gently. The student nodded, ashamed as if weather were a personal failing. "Where do you feel it?" the teacher asked. "In my jaw," the student said. "In the back of my neck." "Unclench the jaw," the teacher said. "Let the tongue drop from the roof of your mouth. Imagine your shoulder blades sliding down and out like shutters opening. Let the belly be available to breath." The student did, not because they believed in physical magic, but because the body was the only honest instrument in the room. The gust inside eased enough to let the student ask the question they always asked when something hurt. "How do I make sure this never happens again?" The teacher shook their head, water flinging from hair. "We don't promise no storms," they said. "We promise to be bamboo." Between the loud parts, there were small silences, the way a thunderclap leaves a pocket for the world to remember itself. In one of those pockets, the student heard the bamboo talking outside again, 1,000 thin voices in one long hush. "Do they ever break?" the student asked. "Sometimes," the teacher said. Age, rot, a bad angle, a bigger wind than last year. But they don't break because they bend. They break when they cannot. We practice bending so that when breaking comes, it won't be from stubbornness. The night worked its way forward. They checked the ropes and the lamp and the soup and each other. When the teacher dozed, the student sat by the door and watched rain make rivers out of paths. Every now and then, the inner critic tried to make trouble. It said if you were stronger, this would be easier. It said if you were smarter, this wouldn't be happening. The student had learned enough to answer with a sentence that felt like a hand on the back. This is a storm. The body bowed. The breath lengthened. The mind stood guard without becoming a guard. Just before dawn, the wind had its last word, a long exhale that rattled the shutters and then was done with them. The village's listening changed. There were separate sounds again, a rooster clearing his throat. Somewhere, the drip, drip, drip of a leak finding a bowl. A child whispering a morning secret to a dog. They opened the door. The courtyard was a mirror. The air had that post-storm sweetness that tastes like forgiveness. In the grove, the bamboo stood where it had stood yesterday, only shinier. Each leaf held a bead of water, hundreds of pearls on green threads. Across the lane, an old cypress had lost a limb, a thick, proud thing that lay on the ground, like an argument someone had finally put down. The student felt a tenderness toward the tree, not a smugness. It had been brave in its way, but braver, perhaps, was the bamboo's humility. They walked among the culms. The teacher knuckled one gently and listened to the note. Low, hollow, sound, carrying through the plant like a flute remembering a song. Hollow does not mean lacking, they said. It means room. The more room, the more music. They helped neighbours set their shutters right, sweep water out of rooms, wring rugs. The student moved differently now, less angular, more curved at the edges. When someone snapped, brittle with their own fear, the student didn't harden in reply. They gave the moment their side, not their chest, and most of what could have become a collision became a pass-by instead. At noon, under a sky that had gone impossibly clean, the teacher led the student back to the grove for practice that looked like nothing and felt like everything. Stand, they said, feet shoulder width, knees unlocked. Imagine your feet growing small roots into the soil, not deep, just enough to feel this place. Breathe down into those roots on the inhale, up the spine on the exhale, as if the breath were water moving through bamboo. They showed a gentle sway, front to back, side to side, then small circles like a coin rolling to stillness. When a thought tries to freeze you into a statue, they continued, answer with a tiny movement. Tell the body it is allowed to live. They practiced bowing breaths. Inhale upright, exhale with a small forward fold at the hips, spine long, arms heavy, head released, then roll up slow. They practiced wind steps, weight mostly in one foot, while the other touched lightly, ready to change. They practiced soft eyes, widening the gaze to include periphery so the mind wouldn't sharpen into a spear. Rigidity narrows, the teacher said. Kindness widens. The student learned to notice micro-braces. The moment the shoulders climbed up to wear the ears like hats, the way the fist formed around a pen, the click of teeth when an email arrived with too many exclamation points, the way the mind shouted should when the plan changed. Each micro-brace got a micro-bow, a breath, a shift, a question, what helps, a phrase, not a wall, a hinge. Days later, life tested the lesson where storms tests lessons best. Not at the edge of a cliff with tigers, not at a midnight door, but at a table where family sat with old stories folded into napkins. An aunt asked a question disguised as concern that landed like an accusation. The student felt the old heat rise, the body's urge to straighten like a spear. They paused. They took a sip of water not as avoidance, but as alignment. They softened the knees under the table, because knees are always available to wisdom. "I hear you," they said, and they meant it. And from that soft ground, they set a boundary that was firm without being a weapon. The moment passed without a break. Later, walking home, the student laughed at how much athletic grace had gone into a simple sentence. Another day did not go so gracefully. A plan collapsed. Two obligations collided. A stranger was unkind in a way that had nothing to do with the student and felt personal anyway. The student forgot everything and stiffened into a rule. Words came out sharp. A friend looked hurt. That night, the student lay awake and the critic tried to turn the day into a cudgel. It said, "You see, you bend until you break people." The student got up, went to the grove, and stood among the bamboo in the half-light. "I am sorry," they said into the leaves. They imagined telling their friend exactly that tomorrow, without extra explanation. The wind moved and the leaves answered. The body swayed, and something in the chest unclenched. Practice didn't make them perfect, it made repair possible. In time, the students started to design life for bending. They left 15 minutes between commitments so that shifting didn't feel like a failure. They chose clothes that didn't pinch so the body learned in small ways that it didn't have to armor. They moved the heaviest expectations from always to often, from must to maybe, from perfect to kind. They learned to write plans in pencil and values in ink. They put a card by the door that said 3 things: root, bow, return. When wind rose in the mind, news, crisis, the 1,000 pinpricks that ask for blood, the student practiced the smallest sequence. Feel your feet. Soften your knees. Breathe out longer than you breathe in. Widen your gaze. Turn your side to the gust. Say inwardly, "I bend, I do not break." Sometimes they added one more line. "If I break, I repair." On the anniversary of the storm, the village held a small festival that was mostly an excuse to be together and glad. Children ran through the grove, hands out, letting leaves slap their palms like 500 tiny high fives. The elder who kept the weather records told a story about a storm years ago when the bamboo saved a house by being itself. The student stood in the path, felt a breeze, and bowed without thinking, not as a gesture, as a way of being. If the wind is up in you now, a deadline, a memory, a sentence someone said 2 years ago that still rattles the shutters, you can try it too. Put your feet hip-width on the floor, unlock your knees, let your jaw unhook, tongue soft. Breathe in as if you could send the breath to your soles. Breathe out as if it could rise along your spine and out the crown of your head. Let your shoulders float on that tide. When the gust of a thought hits, don't brace your chest against it. Turn a little. Give it your side. Imagine yourself hollow in the best way. Room for air, room for change, room for kindness to move through you without knocking things over. Let the gust pass. It will. They always do. And there you'll be, Not untouched, not the same, and still here, upright because you bowed. Mist sat on the river like a folded shawl, and morning took its time unwrapping it. The ferryman pushed his skiff from the muddy bank with the way of someone who had done this before their beard learned grey. The oar's blade dipped and rose, making a soft knocking sound against the boat that matched his breathing. He liked this hour, before commerce turned the water into a lane of eager intentions. Birds argued in low branches. A dog barked at nothing important and then felt satisfied. Halfway to the midstream marker, something thudded into the side of his skiff with enough force to jar his teeth. The boat lurched. Water slapped over the gunwale and ran around his feet. A heat rose in him. Quick, righteous, bright. "Hey!" he shouted, anger already shaping a stranger's silhouette in the fog. "Watch where you're—" The fog let go of the other shape as if embarrassed to be covering it. The boat that had rammed him drifted dumbly, rope trailing. No hands on the oars. No one in the stern. An empty hull, paint flaking, bumping because the current had plans, and the boat did not. The ferryman stood there with his anger in his mouth and nowhere to put it. A laugh happened before he decided to laugh. It came out like a sigh that had lost its way and found humor instead. "Empty," he said out loud, to the river, to his skiff, to his own boiling blood. He pressed the loose boat aside with his oar, guided it toward the reeds, and tied the rope to a stump. The knot took easily, like a problem that wanted to be solved all along. On the next pull of the oar, the river sounded different. Nothing had changed, of course, but his listening had. He felt the silliness of yelling at a boat with no ears. He felt, too, a new kind of seeing. How many collisions in his life had been this exact situation wearing a mask? A harsh word blown by someone else's weather. A slammed door powered by yesterday's headache. A rumor piloted by no one, carried by a current called hurry. He remembered last week in the market when a man had shoulder-checked him and kept walking, and how he had carried the sting like a lit coal for hours. He had assigned a face, a story, a character flaw. Some people, he'd thought, savoring the sharpness of the phrase, the way some people savor spice. Now he looked down at the scuffed plank under his feet and admitted that the man might have been an empty boat that day, lips white from pain, eyes one wrong word from water. Or maybe the man had been full of someone else's emptiness, a mother's hard voice, a ledger that never found balance. Anger made boats full, seeing made them empty. He ferried 3 passengers before the sun burned through the mist. A fishmonger carrying his day in 2 wicker baskets. A girl with a basket of letters and the habit of reading names like prayers. A grandmother whose bundle smelled like ginger and stories. Each time the skiff rocked when they stepped in, he felt his hands steady with a gentleness that hadn't been there yesterday. He noticed how quickly he had blamed strangers for the same sway his own movements caused. Near noon, the river got busy. Oars clacked. Orders flew. Laughter bounced across the water in bubbles you could almost see. The ferryman watched a pair of boys playing race without saying race, blades throwing glitter. One boy's oar caught. He yelled. The other boy called something back that sounded cruel. The ferryman saw it differently now. 2 empty boats rushing along old currents, piloted by hope and fear. He cupped his hands around his mouth and sang out a single word that wasn't a scold. "Breathe." The boys laughed, rolled their eyes at him the way boys do, and, without meaning to obey, breathed. Their boat straightened. That evening, tying his skiff to the worn post, he replayed the thud in his mind and felt the heat wanting to rise again. He pictured the empty hull and let the heat drain like water through a plank crack. A thought arrived like a guest knocking lightly. The inner critic that kept pace with him through his days. Could it be an empty boat too? He sat on the dock with his feet over the side and invited the voice to show itself. It appeared as it always did, efficient and concerned, listing improvements before compliments, crying out, "Careful," after stumbles where "You okay?" would have done. He noticed something for the first time. No one was driving it. It had no oars. It was a collection of currents, school, family, a boss with a tight mouth, a culture that believed worth could be weighed. He had been yelling at it as if it were a person. He had also been obeying it as if it were a king. "If you're empty," he said to the voice, feeling foolish and free at once, "you can pass." The voice, deprived of argument, floated by. It came back, as boats do when tides turn, but each pass felt less like a collision and more like a nudge he didn't have to amplify. The next day, tested the lesson in the usual human way, not with a grand metaphor, but with bad timing. He slept late because a mosquito sang in his ear at midnight. A customer arrived early because worry made their feet faster. They met at the dock, each carrying their own weather. The customer complained about the price, though it had not changed in years. The ferryman felt the old spark try to light his mouth. The word "empty" came like a bucket of river on coals. He nodded, named the price again in the same even voice, and pointed at the sky. "Storm this afternoon," he said, as if offering a different topic, which he was. They pushed off. Halfway across, the customer sighed. "Sorry," they said with a frankness that made the apology genuine. "My youngest is ill. I didn't sleep." They didn't need forgiveness. They had already forgiven themselves by telling the truth. He saw their boat fill and empty again in the same breath. One market day, he tried something mischievous. Whenever a barked order or a careless gesture hit him, he whispered in his chest, "Empty boat," while keeping his face ordinary. He walked through the crowd the way a river moves around rocks, less transactional, more patient. Twice, he caught himself taking things personally anyway. Someone's sarcasm that found its mark. A friend forgetting a promise. And twice, he pressed the empty boat thought into the ache the way you press a cool cloth to a bruise. The pain didn't disappear. It simply refused to grow. He also met the limit of the metaphor in a way that did not break it. Late afternoon, wind kicking, a real boat slammed his with a shout in it. A man stood up in the bow, mouth already full of names to call a stranger, arms wide with blame. It was not an empty boat. It was a full one, full of a morning gone wrong, maybe drink, maybe insult, maybe pride that couldn't swim. The ferryman had a choice. To decide his safety required the man to be good, or to protect his safety regardless. He put his palm out, flat. "Sit," he said, not as a command, but as a rope tossed to someone thrashing. The man sat, surprised to be told something so simple. They drifted. The ferryman put a foot to the man's gunwale and pushed them slightly apart, the minimum distance at which nerves remember dignity. He didn't take the man's weather into his chest. He didn't invite the man's current to steer his own hands. the lesson held. Sometimes the boat is empty. Sometimes it is full of storms. Either way, you don't have to climb aboard. He made a small ritual for the days when blame tried to colonize everything. Before his first crossing, he touched the oar's worn handle and named the morning's tides. "Hurry," he said if he had it. "Low sleep," if last night had been ragged. "Hungry," if he had forgotten breakfast. Naming the currents didn't fix them. It kept him from suing the river for being wet. In the afternoon, when the sun made a bright road on the water that tempted eyes and mistakes, he tapped the gunwale twice with his knuckles and repeated, "No captain in that boat," if a shout floated his way. At dusk, when spirits rise and patience falls, he lengthened his exhale deliberately until his thoughts matched the river's longer stride. Once, a boy asked him why he kept an extra length of rope coiled neatly by his feet when most days he never used it. "For loose boats," he said. "Sometimes the kindest thing is to tie them to a place where they won't hurt anyone." He heard his own mouth say it and recognized a prescription for the mind. On the walk home, when a thought started ramming him, "You should be further along by this age. You should have saved more, loved better, known sooner." He pictured coiling that thought's rope and tying it to a post in an imaginary cove. "You can float here," he told it. "I'm working." That night, lying on his back with the window open to the sound of river on rock, he remembered the first time someone told him not to take things personally. He had found the advice useless, even insulting. How else could things be taken? They were aimed. They hurt. Today's boat changed the angle. What if so much of what struck him wasn't aimed at all, only propelled by currents older than both of them? He had spent years shouting at weather. Now he was interested in reading it. He began to listen for the difference between oars and tide. Oars sounded like someone choosing. Tide sounded like 1,000 small factors. Moon, memory, sugar, fear, pulling in a direction nobody voted for. When he heard oars, he responded with clarity. When he heard tide, he responded with room. There was a woman who sold herbs on market days and loved to argue for sport. It used to hook him. He'd wake later thinking of lines he should have said. The next time she began a debate, her mouth didn't know how to stop. He smiled and asked a question he had learned to keep ready. "Before we spar," he said lightly, "tell me, how's your weather?" She blinked, then actually looked where feelings live. "Windy," she said. "My boy broke a jar this morning. I would have given him the river to keep him from crying." They both laughed. The argument drained out as if someone had pulled a plug. He kept a small book in his pocket and wrote down phrases that helped him steer. He wrote, "Not mine, not me, passing through," because it made his chest relax. He wrote, "Look for rope," because solutions often looked like simple tools rather than big revelations. He wrote, "If you can guide it to the reeds, you won't have to fight it midstream," because boundaries set early were kinder than repairs made late. He wrote, "When I am the empty boat, may others forgive me," because humility made mercy honest. He also wrote a prayer for when he was tempted to be the person inside the ramming boat with words ready. "May I feel my feet. May I inhale until I can hear my breath. May I ask, what hurts under this heat? May I delay the first sentence. May I leave no bruises." The year turned. Floodwater came, and left its tattoo on the boathouse posts, the new line higher than the old. He felt proud of the river, as if it were his child for surviving itself. In winter, when the water slowed and the light made straight lines, he taught a younger ferryman how to hold an oar without making the oar hold you. "Don't wrestle the blade," he said. "Let it teach you where the water wants to go. Then help it. And when you hit, and you will, look first to see if anyone is there before you shout." The younger man nodded in the way of people who will only learn by feeling what you have said, and the older ferryman was content to let it be so. There were days he failed the lesson handsomely. A man insulted his work in a way that found an old wound, and he took it personally with gusto. His reply had teeth. The man went quiet in the particular quiet of someone who has just been cut neatly. The ferryman felt the heat fade and the shame arrive, and he knew both were empty boats with different flags. He found the man before night, apologized without explanation, and named his own current out loud. "I was tired," he said, "and proud. I'm sorry I put both in your boat." The man shrugged, which is one of the languages forgiveness speaks. When sleep was hard, he sometimes imagined the whole day as a stretch of water. Where did the rams happen? Which were empty? Which had a captain frantic at the oars? He blessed the empty ones and tied them in his mind to safe posts. For the ones with people in them, he pictured handing over a coil of rope and a thermos of tea. The images were simple and shamelessly literal. They worked. The mind loves pictures that look like they know what to do with hands. If a memory came, the teacher who praised the other boy first, the girl who turned away without explanation, the time he didn't speak, then couldn't stop speaking. He whispered, "Empty boat," until his body believed him. Often, sadness rose beneath the anger like a low tide revealing stones. He let the sadness be real. He did not call it a storm. He lay there and rode it until it became not a river, but sleep. He taught the phrase to a child by telling a game. "When someone bumps you at school," he said, "and your belly gets hot, try seeing if their boat has a captain. It might be empty. It might be full, but with a storm that isn't about you. If it's empty, step back, smile inside, and let it pass. If it's full, step back anyway and let it pass. Then tell a grown-up." The child nodded solemnly and tried it that very afternoon, returning to report that it felt like a magic trick, but with fewer fireworks. On festival day, the river crowded with lanterns, small suns tied to boats, strings of green and red hung from poles, laughter doing the work of a good breeze. The ferryman stood on the bank and watched 100 little lights drift. For a moment, it looked like the stars had decided to vacation on his stretch of water. Boats tapped each other lightly, and no one shouted, because you do not shout at a lantern. You adjust your course. He thought, "I could live like this most days." He thought, "Perhaps I already do and only forget." If your day lately has felt like a lane of ramming hulls, you might try what he tried. When the thud comes, an email with a tone, a face that doesn't soften, a voice inside that says, "Of course you messed up." Pause as if listening for oars. If you see no rower, call it a current and let it pass without climbing aboard. If there is a rower, meet them with the minimum distance required for dignity and guard your hands. Name your own tides before you leave the dock. Hungry, late, stretched, hurt. Tie loose thoughts to a post. They don't need to come midstream. When a wave of blame rises, Whisper, empty boat, like a password that opens a gate in your chest. If you ram someone else, and you will sometimes, turn back with your oar raised in apology. Tell them what wind pushed you. Offer them rope. One evening, years after the first thud, the ferryman visited the stump where he had tied that empty hull. The stump had gone to rot. The rope lay in the reeds like a snake that had forgotten how to be a snake. He smiled and touched the frayed end. He had by then tied and untied 1,000 such boats, both outside and inside. He felt no need to count. He pushed off for the last crossing of the day. The river made its ordinary music, which is to say it made the music that contains everything. A leaf bumped his skiff and kept going. He did not apologize to it. It did not blame him. The sky turned the color that makes even bitter people sweet for a minute. He rowed without hurry and arrived where he needed to arrive, which is what we mean, finally, by skill. And if you are settling into bed, mind still crowded like a busy river at dusk, you can close your eyes and picture them. All the boats that struck you today, all the boats you struck by accident, all of them drifting toward moorings in a cove where night keeps watch. One by one, you can untie the thoughts from your wrists. One by one, you can say, "Not mine, not me," passing through. The water will keep its own promises. The lanterns will float without your help. Somewhere upstream, a skiff knocks gently, the sound that matches your breathing. You are not the river's weather. You are the one who learns how to cross. The novice woke before the bell in a room the size of a single thought. He lay there with the thin blanket at his chin and the mind's old chorus already warming up. Late again, not enough again, everyone else steady while you wobble. The words gathered like dust in a corner, waiting to be blown around by the first movement of the day. He sat up and felt the cold floor touch his feet like a reminder. In the corridor, a lantern panted. From the courtyard, a distant broom made its paper-soft sound. Shh, shh, shh. The sound that says, "Without haste, we begin." He met the teacher by the tool rack, the way the tide meets the shore, arriving, then arriving again. The rack was a simple board with simple hooks, and on those hooks hung 7 brooms, each with a personality. One was new and stiff, bristles prim and prickly with ambition. One was ancient, bald in the middle, bristled at the edges like an old monk's eyebrows. One leaned at an angle, handle slightly bent from years of finishing the far corners. The teacher picked the one that matched the morning, a middle broom, tidy but not strict, handle sanded smooth by hands that wanted to be patient. "Sweep," the teacher said, and handed it over. The novice's Critic opened its ledger. "Sweep? That's it. You need more doctrine, more fire, more..." The teacher's eyebrow lifted half a thought, which was often enough to quiet a storm. "Just sweep," they added, and it was both instruction and mercy. The courtyard was a square of packed earth with stones along its edges and the sky for a roof. A camphor tree kept one corner in a green thought, and its leaves, which fell with the industry of a generous aunt, had quilted the ground during the night. The novice looked at the leaves and felt the old urgency, a swelling under the ribs that confused speed with care. He tightened his grip, ready to perform the miracle of a perfect floor. The teacher touched his wrist the way you touch a skittish horse. "In," the teacher said, making the shape of a breath with their hand. Out. The hand went the other way. Smile. The corners of their mouth moved a millimeter. No performance, only permission. Let the broom find your lungs. 1 stroke equals 1 breath. The novice set the bristles down. The first pull was ragged. The second found a rhythm. The third matched a body that remembered how to be a metronome before it remembered how to be a problem. Shh, in. Shh, out. Smile, small and private, like a secret handshake with his own face. His inner critic tried to speak, but had to choose between sentences and listening to the broom. It chose the broom because the broom made music and the sentences did not. Leaves gathered in a friendly pile, then another. Dust rose, danced in a sunshaft like gossip, and settled again. The novice felt the old impatience return. I just moved you. Why are you back? The teacher seemed to hear it. Dust's job is to rise, they said, sweeping beside him. Ours is to meet it without scolding. They moved in lanes, long, even strokes that made the courtyard look like a page being read. When the novice hurried, the broom skipped and left behind a confetti of failure. When he slowed enough to feel the handle's weight, the bristles kissed the ground in one even whisper, and the leaves agreed to cooperate. In the far corner, spiders had drafted a treaty. Web for flies, flies for spiders. He left it intact and swept around the architecture, as if it were a shrine to mutual survival. Begin with edges, the teacher said. Corners are where forgetting hides. They showed how to angle the broom so the bristles wedge and release, bringing out what the mind misses in the middle. You have this habit in your day, they added, mild as weather. You start at the center and wonder why the corners keep surprising you. A sparrow hopped near the new pile, tilted its head at a crumb the novice had not seen, and took it, expert at finding enough without owning the square. The novice felt a laugh press his chest from the inside and let it out as air. Shh, in. Shh, out. Smile. It was not glamorous. That was part of the medicine. The mind that demanded drama learned to live on tea and bread. Every stroke covered the ground of a breath. Every breath returned him to the two things that had never left. This ground, this air. When thoughts rose and begged for a hearing, what about your future? What about your past? The broom made the same suggestion over and over. Floor, lungs, face. He realized a broom is not persuasive. It is consistent. He realized he did not need persuasion. He needed consistency. The teacher left him in the courtyard and went to the path where the almond trees dropped their spare moons. Alone, the novice experimented. If he scowled, the broom rasped, the bristles cowlicked, the piles fell apart. If he softened the mouth, not a grin, just the upward tilt that says I am not at war, his shoulders ironed themselves, his elbows hinged, and the broom behaved like a pen writing the same kind letter again and again. He tried changing the words. In here. Out now. Smile. Kindly. In soften. Out release. Smile. Still here. Every version worked because the point was not poetry, it was rhythm. A woman from the village appeared at the gate with a basket of persimmons. For the kitchen, she said, eyes on the broom like she was watching a rare animal. He paused, accepted the fruit with both hands, bowed a little lower than necessary so she would have less to carry when she left. When she turned, she hesitated. My husband, she said, then stopped. The novice's chest fluttered the way it does when someone offers you a trust. He waited. She looked at the leaves, at the piles, at his mouth, which she must have seen had not learned to frown so much that it forgot other shapes. He is not himself lately. I make soup. He throws it. I sweep. She smiled, but it was the kind of smile you use to bow to a weather you can't name. He looked at the teacher, who had returned with his own modest circle cleared around his feet. Give him what doesn't argue, the teacher said. Bread, a chair, you're listening. Sweep with your chest while he storms. When his wind's slow, offer soup again. The woman nodded, the way people do when they already knew and only wanted someone to nod with them. After she left, the novice felt the critic trying to make a case. You should have said more, done more, known more. But the broom had found his ribs now and was keeping time. Sweep, it said without words. Breathe. Smile. He did, because that was his part. By late morning, the courtyard was a composition of clean edges visible, paths obvious, the day made legible. The teacher leaned the broom against the wall. Now the hall, they said. The hall had a different temperament. Stone floor that echoed broom bristle like rain on tile. A thin coat of dust made of ash from the kitchen, bits of straw, the worn-down edges of everyone's shoes. On the low altar, a wooden Buddha sat like an old friend mentioning nothing. The novice bowed to the statue because bowing is how you remember to be smaller than the moment, and therefore happier. He began at the door, the threshold, the place you cross mindlessly the most, and moved toward the altar, the place you perform mindfulness for show. Other way, the teacher called softly from the doorway. Begin at the altar, carry the respect as you go. He reversed direction and felt it immediately. The way starting with reverence makes even doorways holy. He thought, do this in your day. Begin where your heart is and take that atmosphere into chores. A bowl of water sat under the window for the cat that came and went without explainers. Sun fell into the water and made music without sound. The novice watched dust dance in that rectangle and realized something he would have preferred to read in a book. Dust shows light. The dirt in the air made the beam visible. The beam made the dirt beautiful. He swept through it as if passing through an idea, and his face did something it didn't do often. It softened into gratitude without looking around first to see if anyone approved. He carried the broom into the kitchen, which had its own weather, spice heat, steam brow, the breathing of pots going about their business. A novice younger than him dropped a ladle. It clanged a guilt note. The young one froze, waiting for the verdict. The broom whispered, shh, shh, and the older novice said the simplest sentence available. Oops. They both laughed. They wiped. The teacher, tying twine around a bundle of greens, raised one finger without looking. There is your practice. The older novice understood. Sometimes the sound of practice is oops said without a second arrow. He took the broom to the back steps where moss tried to teach the stone about softening. He swept slowly there because haste on moss is the kind of story that ends with bandages. The bristles found moisture, dragged spray into the air. The spray became a constellation for a heartbeat before disappearing. A beetle refused to move. He swept around it. The beetle did not clap or bow. It continued being a beetle. He envied it slightly, and then realized envy is a broom with the handle on the wrong end. When the bell called everyone to the midday meal, he leaned the broom against the wall again and noticed how the handle had warmed to his palm, how the smell of straw was now the smell of victory without an enemy. The teacher passed and tapped the handle with 2 fingers. "Your rosary," they said, and the novice filed that under sentences that tidy your mind from the inside out. After rice and pickled greens and a plum that tasted like a surprise, he felt the usual slump: post-meal mind, post-effort body. The critic came back with a coil of comments. "Lazy, you're losing the thread." He considered caffeine, then considered the broom, and chose the tool that didn't vibrate the heart. "Sweep," he told himself with a smile that now arrived without being paid. "Breathe. Smile." The afternoon became a string of small takings care. The library floor where pages left paper crumbs. The walkway where sandals made faint complaints. The little cleft where the bell rope kissed the wall. All the places the eye usually jumps over because they are too simple to be interesting, until they aren't. A novice from another temple visited to deliver a letter. He wore the look of someone rehearsing how the world would one day admire his seriousness. He watched the sweeping with a practiced boredom that you learn in certain schools. "I came to study," he said to the teacher, "not to be a housekeeper." The teacher smiled the kind of smile that says, "I was you, and I survived it." "Then study," they said, and gestured to the novice with the broom. "Learn what sweeping refines." The visitor sniffed. What could sweeping possibly refine? "Contact with reality," the teacher said. "Coordination with breath. A rhythm that includes you and the world. The humility of endless work. The refusal to add scolding to necessary tasks. The art of finishing a patch and leaving the rest for tomorrow without hating yourself." The visitor did not bow, but his shoulder released a fraction, which is a bow by another name. A wind rose in the late day and painted leaves across the courtyard that the novice had just made into a clean idea. For a second he felt the complaint forming, "I just did this," and then felt how lucky it is that the world doesn't respect our schedules. He swept again, slower, shh in, shh out, smile. On the 3rd lane, he remembered the woman with the persimmons and how the teacher had said, "Give him what doesn't argue." His broom agreed. As the sun slid toward the roof and turned the world copper, the teacher joined him and made circles around his straight lines, drawing spirals into his script. "When you start to believe your way is the way," they said, "make a moon." They paused to watch a cat attempt great spiritual attainment by stalking a grasshopper and failing with dignity. The grasshopper leapt, the cat blinked, the broom said, "Keep going!" Evening practice returned the novices to the hall. Sitting was easier than it had been the day before, not because effort reduced, but because the body had learned a thing. Simple, repeating movement at a kind pace is a teacher's teacher. When thoughts leaned against the door of his skull, impatient to be heard, he set the broom down inside his breath and swept 3 lanes long and slow. In, out, smile. The dust in his chest rose and settled. The light found it and made of it not a shame, but a show. Later, he wrote in the small notebook the teacher had given him, "I thought sweeping was to remove dust. Today, sweeping removed hurry. Tomorrow, maybe it will remove blame. Dust remains. I remain. The broom remains. That is enough." He drew a little sketch of bristles and arrows and the words "edges first" and corners tell the truth. Weeks made of days made of strokes. He learned seasons by sound. Spring sweeping sang bright, seed husks, blossoms, the pepper of pollen. Summer sweeping was heavy and sweet. Fruit gnats, the hushed coughing of a tired broom, footprints engraved in dust by hot feet. Autumn sweeping was the generous rustle of leaves telling the ground a story about letting go. Winter sweeping was the earnest scratch of bristle on stone made colder than a thought. He failed often, which turned out to be good news. Failure made more to sweep. One morning, a message arrived from his family that shook his spine loose. He swept as if trying to erase the letter from the world, and raised a storm that hurt his eyes. He stopped, went to the pump, let the cold water surprise his wrists into remembering they had nerves. He returned and started again, the way you start after breaking a cup, with softness for the part that reached too quickly. He whispered, "Only one arrow," remembering the field with the monk and the earthen drawing. Then, "Only one broom," amused that wisdom repeats itself in different costumes. Another day he forgot the smile, his mouth pointed down and his muscles followed the leader. Work became a grind that sounded like a door someone forgot to oil. A child wandered in from the lane and watched him with the innocent competence of children. "You look like you're fighting the floor," the child observed. He laughed, and the laugh did half the work. He softened his mouth, and the broom found its manners. When a festival came, the monks hung paper lanterns that would shed ash in perfectly uncooperative flakes. He swept after, alone in the gently smoky courtyard, and felt the good ache of having helped bring something bright and unnecessary to life. The ash left a grey whisper on the ground even after he'd finished, as if festival refuses to be completely tidied. He liked that. Not everything should. He began to carry the practice into rooms that had no floors. A conversation heated up. He swept in his chest. In, out, smile, choose soft words. A plan broke. He swept his mind. In, out, smile, make a smaller plan. Sleep ran late. He swept his body. In, out, smile. Turn pillow to the cool side. Don't prosecute yourself. He discovered that gentle persistence is a technology. When visitors arrived on a rainy week asking how to quiet their rage, the teacher handed them brooms. One scoffed, one tried and failed and cried. One swept 5 strokes and said, "My mother." The teacher pointed them to the pump, the hall, the corner where moss still negotiated with stone. The novice watched and understood. Instruction manuals are long, rhythms are short. People keep rhythms when their hands are involved. One afternoon, the wind took down a line of laundry. Robes puddled like tired clouds. An impatient novice began to scold the sky. The teacher, passing with a pot, nodded at the puddle and said, "Smaller loads." The novice with the broom tucked the sentence in his sleeve for later, because it also belonged to sweeping, to plans, to what a heart can carry in a day without snapping the handle. He taught himself a tiny drill for the hardest hours. Put both feet flat, loosen the jaw. In, count 4. Out, count 6. Let the mouth tilt. Name one thing you can feel. Sweep what's in front of you. He used it when letters hurt. He used it when the body ached for no interesting reason. He used it when praise arrived and tried to turn him rigid with performance. He used it when he watched someone he loved choose a bad road and felt the bristles in his chest want to scratch their path clean. He used it, especially, when shame slunk in and claimed a corner. Edges first, corners tell the truth. On a winter night, when the moon made the yard the color of bone, he could not sleep. He stood in the doorway with a blanket around his shoulders and watched frost make lace on a broken tile. The broom leaned where it always leaned, an old friend who doesn't complain when you call late. He did not pick it up. He swept his breath instead. In, out, smile. The mind tried to host a committee meeting. He gave the committee tea and escorted them to a bench. "I'm sweeping," he told them kindly. They stopped arguing with the floor of his skull. He began to see that the smile was not decoration. It was a shape that told the nervous system a story. You are not in danger. You are doing a simple thing. You can let the good chemicals out. The smile sent a memo the inner critic could not override. Once, when grief came sudden in the market, an old man's hat left on a stool without the old man, he felt the smile lift and he let it go. He swept tears instead. In, out, soft mouth but not a smile. The broom taught him that too. Some piles belong where they are for a while. The seasons folded in on themselves, the way monks fold robes, different colors, same technique. One morning, he caught a younger novice scowling at the first leaf as if accusing it of being all the leaves. He handed them the broom and said, "Meet this one well." He didn't say, "When you meet this one well, you are practicing for the next, and for the thing that will fall in you that you don't want, the sentence, the memory, the tone." He didn't say, "Practice on leaves so you can be kind to yourself when it is not a leaf." He didn't say it because the broom would. Sometimes he would glance up and catch the teacher watching him with the soft insistence of a lamp. The teacher never praised the floor, they praised the pace. "Your breath is bigger," they said once, like someone pointing out a new window where a wall had been. Another time, when he finished and leaned the broom with the arrogant tenderness of a person who thinks they've learned sweeping, the teacher passed and, without stopping, murmured, "Corners." He turned and found 2 pebbles he'd missed, shining like small truth. On the day a windstorm yanked a shutter free and sent it clacking against the wall, the courtyard became a chaos of leaves and dust and busy air. He stood with the broom and laughed. Not the laugh that mocks work, the laugh that loves being alive in a world that refuses to be tamed. He bowed to the wind, then moved, rope, shutter, knot, check. When he returned to the piles, they were gone, like thoughts that don't stick when you are busy saving what matters. He started again, because that is the simple story of every day that ends well. Start, meet, start again. If you had watched him from the gate by then, you might not have noticed much. A person and a tool, drawing lines in the dust, breath visible only to the one inside it. A small curve at the mouth you might have mistaken for private joy or a memory. But if you had stood where he stood, hand on the handle sanded by 1,000 mornings, you would have felt the floor under your feet and the world no longer as an exam, but as a room you get to care for. You would have found that the mind, which asks to be entertained or conquered, can be invited to be companion instead. You would have realized that sweeping is not about having no dust. It is about being practiced at greeting it without cruelty. That evening, as light lowered itself onto rooftops like a careful cat, the novice finished the last lane of the day. He gathered the final pile, lifted it, and felt how even dirt becomes light when you hold it correctly. He emptied it into a basket destined for the garden, where it would become something else entirely. He tapped the broom twice against the step, thank you, and set it back on its hook. He placed his palm flat against the bristles for a breath, as if to say to an old friend, you keep me honest. He walked to the hall, and in the cool just before night finds the roof beams. He sat. The critic tried to review the day. They love review the way children love drums, but the broom had taught a different rhythm. In, out, smile. He swept the mind's floor, not to make it sterile, but to make room for whatever was coming. The bell, the chant, the last bowl of tea, the first steps toward bed, and the quiet that arrives when you stop reasoning yourself into worth and let practice make it obvious. If, someday soon or some night later, the old chorus arranges itself in your chest, late again, not enough again, you could try what he tried. Pick up what is in front of you that asks for simple care. Wash one bowl and breathe while you circle the sponge. Fold one shirt and breathe while the cotton remembers square. Sweep one patch of floor, one tiny meadow of tile or wood, and breathe while bristles say, shh, shh. Let your mouth learn the small, unambitious smile that tells the body it can stand down. Corners first, edges tell the truth. When wind brings more leaves, bow. When night brings more thoughts, sweep your breath. When morning returns you to your little square of earth, begin again, as if beginning were not failure, but wisdom. And when you set the broom back on its hook, touch it, thank yourself. Then go do the next kind, ordinary thing. The road had a long memory. It remembered carts and storms, the feet of people who sang to make the miles feel friendly, and the feet of people who didn't trust their own breath enough to sing. By mid-morning, the sun had warmed the dust into a smell like old bread, and the traveler had already complained aloud to no one about the distance, about the heat, about the way the horizon kept promising and delaying. There was a small ache gnawing at the traveler's right heel, a complaint that kept interrupting the larger complaints. It had started as a whisper at dawn, just after the village gate, the first time the foot struck a hidden stone. Now the ache spoke without waiting its turn. Each step sent a bright message up the leg to the jaw. The traveler's inner critic, sensing an opportunity, began the usual poetry of blame. You always pick the hardest roads. Why don't you ever plan better? If you were stronger, this wouldn't bother you. Do you know how far behind you are? The traveler lengthened their stride to outrun the voice. That made the voice lengthen too. When the path sloped and the dust slid, the ache sharpened like a nail given an idea of itself. Experience had taught the traveler 3 reliable reactions to discomfort: ignore it, perform stoicism, or turn it into a story where someone else was at fault. They tried all 3 in the span of a hill and found, as always, that none of them softened anything for more than a minute. At a bend where a fig tree had made a habit of generosity, a woman sat on a stone, stitching the torn strap of a sandal with thread strong enough to hold small arguments together. Her hair had the shine of people who live outside and know where shade lives at every hour. Beside her, a basket held a few figs, a needle book, and a little cloth bag that clinked in a way pebbles clink. You walk like your shoe is telling lies, she said without looking up. It's the road, the traveler said, relieved to be offered an enemy. It's too long. The woman nodded toward the traveler's right foot. Try the short road first. The traveler exhaled through the teeth, bent down, tugged the heel of the shoe. Heat rushed the face, part sun, part embarrassment, as they realized how ordinary the suggestion was and how expensive their resistance had made it. They loosened the laces. The shoe stuck as stubbornly as an idea. Go on, the woman said mildly, as if encouraging a child to swallow medicine. The traveler sat on a low rock, worked the shoe off, peeled back the sock. A grey pebble no bigger than a fingernail fell into their palm. It was not impressive. That somehow made it worse. They held it between forefinger and thumb. The pebble didn't apologize. It had no plan, no malice, no narrative. It was a pebble that had done what pebbles do, asked to be noticed by making itself a problem. The traveler felt heat brighten their jaw again. This time anger aimed squarely at themselves. Honestly, they muttered. Hours for this. The woman's hands kept stitching. We care for pain in the body quickly, she said. Check the shoe, check the shoulder, drink water, sit in shade. But in the mind we carry pebbles for years and call it character. She nodded at the traveler's palm. Throw it. The traveler stood, carried the pebble to the roadside, and tossed it into the weeds. It landed without ceremony. On the first step after, there was no miracle, only a sudden quiet where the bright jab had been. The old ache continued for a few steps like thunder that has to finish saying what it came to say, then faded. The road became a road again instead of a personality test. The woman set her needle down and reached for her cloth bag. She opened it and poured 5 small stones into her palm. Each one had a word inked on it in a hand that had learned to write while waiting for stew to thicken. Should, always, never, behind, everyone. I collect these, she said, mouth tilting. Not from the path, from people's mouths as they pass, sometimes from my own. Heavy, aren't they? Put one in your shoe and you'll limp all day. The traveler laughed despite the part of them still enjoying being offended. I have a few the ink would flake off from overuse, they said. They touched the one that read behind. Something in the chest recognized its own handwriting. Pick the one you've been walking on, the woman said. The traveler chose behind. It was smooth in a way that meant it had traveled in water a long time before it decided to be a word. It's my favorite, they admitted, as if confessing to stealing bread from their own kitchen. Hold it, the woman said. Say the sentence it makes in your mouth. The traveler took a breath that went only halfway down. I'm behind, they said. The throat tightened. The heel, now free of the real pebble, seemed to remember the pain in solidarity, as if the body were loyal to the mind's old habits. I'm behind, they repeated, and the voice of the critic rose to add footnotes. Behind in money, behind in love, behind in becoming the self you promised yourself, behind in a race you never agreed to run. The woman brought out a second little bag. Different collection, she said. Try this one. She poured those stones into her other palm. New words. Here. Enough. Now. Learning. Kindness. The traveler reached for here as if it might flee. It was warm from the woman's skin. They put behind in one hand and hear in the other, and felt, with a clarity that didn't require any spiritual vocabulary, which one weighed more cruelly. "Say the second sentence," the woman suggested softly. "I am here," the traveler said, and it sounded at first like a platitude and then like a fact. The fig tree said the same thing by shading them. The stitcher's hands said it by making repairs without commentary. The traveler's lungs said it by obeying. "I am here," they said again, and there was room in the sentence for being behind in some ways and ahead in others, and not making a religion of either. The woman tipped the words back into their bags. "Carry a few of these," she said, nodding at the lighter stones. "Put the others down when you can. Check your shoe. Check your sentences." Same practice. "What about real problems?" the traveler asked, because they had learned to be suspicious of any kindness that seemed to imply life could be made simple by being sweet. "What if the blister is bleeding? What if the road is dangerous? What if the hill is too steep for this body today?" "Then you change shoes, change routes, ask for help, or rest," she said, without missing a stitch. "Kind thoughts don't replace good sense. Pebbles and broken bones are different tribes. But when the stone is small and the harm is big, it is almost always because you left it in your shoe a long time." The traveler put sock and shoe back on, this time with attention, the way you do when you've just been forgiven for something. The heel felt strange in the absence of pain, like a tongue feeling the place where a tooth used to be. They stood. "How much?" they asked, gesturing to the advice spread between them on the dust. "Pay me by throwing away a thought that doesn't fit," the woman said. "And if you insist on paying twice, eat a fig so I don't carry them home." They ate a fig. They threw in their mind at least 3 small stones as far as imagining could throw them. Then they thanked her, because gratitude put salve on the place where pride was. As the traveler walked, the right foot stepped with a distinct relief that made the left foot jealous. In the space where pain had lived, a vigilance remained. It looked for pebbles the way the eye looks for keys after you've been locked out once. Everywhere, with hope, with tiny fear. This was good, as far as the woman's lesson went. Awareness that didn't require drama. But the inner critic had overheard and wanted a promotion. It tried to turn the pebble check into a new way to be wrong. "You should have known sooner. You're the sort of person who carries stones. You're probably still stepping on one you haven't noticed." The traveler recognized the voice and grinned at its persistence. "Of course," they said to themselves with kindness that had to be decided on purpose. "And today, I'm checking." They made a game of it. Every hour on the hour, or each time the path turned, they paused, shaped their hand like a cup around the back of their heel, and asked 2 questions. One at the foot. Pebble? One at the mind. Phrase? Sometimes the answer at the foot was nothing, and at the mind was always. Always came wearing other clothes. Should. Everyone. Never. The traveler practiced sliding the offending word gently out of the day like removing a splinter with tweezers you warmed over a candle. They would say the 3-sentence ritual aloud if the trees were the only listeners. Ouch. This honored the pain instead of arguing with it. Is this just a pebble? This examined it. Let me set it down. This made an action instead of a verdict. Near noon, the path narrowed, and a line of walkers bunched behind a mule that had decided to become the mountain. The traveler could feel the old sentence pick up its megaphone. You are behind. You will be late. You will always be late. They smiled at the predictability, stepped aside into a scrap of shade, drank water, and moved a small stone from one pocket to another, right to left, labeling the motion in the mind as putting it down. The mule resumed being a mule when it decided, which was sooner than anyone expected, and the caravan exhaled as one creature with many feet. The traveler had lost 6 minutes by a watch and gained something that had the shape of width. At a creek, they sat and took the shoe off again, not because the foot hurt, but because new practice wanted rehearsal. The sock had the damp honesty of long walking. The traveller rinsed it in the creek, wrung it out, sat with bare feet on warm rock while fish made invisible jokes in the shallows. They placed 3 pebbles in a row and gave each one a sentence that had hurt lately. You're too late. You don't deserve it. Everyone sees you're faking. And watched the water run around them without commentary. Then, one by one, they flicked the pebbles into the moving water and listened for the small plunks. The noise was unremarkable. The relief was real. In the next village, a boy ran past kicking a tin can that had once held peaches. Each kick was a job well done. The traveller envied the clarity and then realised the clarity was available. Small thing, meat foot. Repeat. The boy's mother called him back. Stone in your shoe? She asked automatically, a question so ordinary it made the traveller want to cry. The boy shook his head, but the traveller's chest answered yes, and from then on they heard the question everywhere. In the shopkeeper's kind look when they fumbled coins, in the son's patience on their shoulders, in the way a dog that had seen many roads lay down in exactly the right place, not underfoot, not distant, near. In the afternoon, the traveller met the woman again by accident, where the road climbed to a ridge and a small tree had decided to live where trees were not advised to live. She sat with her bag of stones and her needle book resting in the truest way. Not as a reward for suffering, not as a prelude to more, but as a practice that deserved its own time. You're lighter, she observed, glancing at the traveller's right shoulder, which had descended a thumb's width since morning. Pebble, the traveller confessed, lifting their heel as if showing the absence of a bruise. And other pebbles, the kind you don't need shoes for. Good, she said. The mind is a terrible shoe if you never take it off. She pulled a new stone from her bag, blank, smooth, without ink. You can write a word when you need it. Choose carefully. You'll walk on it, the traveller thought. They tasted words the way you taste tea. First bitterness, then the warmth that follows if the leaf is honest. In the end, they pressed the stone to their tongue and then to their forehead and said, "Learning." The woman nodded as if this matched a list written somewhere else she had already read. She offered her needle. "Write it," she said. The traveller scratched the letters with the tip, not deep, just enough for the word to be felt by the thumb. "Carry it," the woman said. "Not in the shoe. In the pocket where you keep your hand when you're not sure what to do with it." They walked on. The road did not become shorter. It became more literal, which is a kind of mercy. The traveller, still tired, still needed water, still grew impatient at the sound of someone telling the same story twice. But the fussiness around each thing thinned the way soup thins when you add a little water and stir long enough. When a new pain started at the left second toe, the sister's toe to the heel's complaint, they smiled at how predictable bodies are and stopped to look before it became an identity. A seam in the sock had turned into a rope. They adjusted the sock. They rubbed the spot. They moved on. The critic tried to stage a comeback, you and your fragile feet, and didn't get an audience. At dusk, the traveller reached a small inn and the kind of bath that makes people religious. Warm water took old news out of the legs. They let the head fall back against the wood and said the day's quiet prayer without needing to decide on words. Thank you for the fig, the creek, the woman, the stitch, the bag of stones, the mule's lesson in democracy. Thank you for letting small fixes be allowed to fix small things. By lamplight, they took the stone the woman had given them and placed it on the table beside their bread. Learning, it said. They put next to it a tiny pebble they'd found in the hem of their cuff when they changed. So small they wouldn't have felt it if the heel hadn't trained them to notice. They touched both, the word and the pebble, and felt the thin bridge between them. Then they did two small things that felt like wealth. They wrote a note to themselves for morning. Check the shoes. Check the sentences. And they set the note under the bread, so the words might rise overnight. Sleep visited. It is always kinder when you end the day by returning stray items to their shelves. In that sleep, a dream tried to resurrect a courtroom, but someone had taken the gavel and replaced it with a broom, and the judge kept sweeping until the arguments were dust motes dancing at noon. If, as you read this, you feel a familiar sore place, a heel, a sentence, a way your name sounds in your own head when you're tired, consider the short road. Sit. Loosen the laces the way you wish someone would loosen your day. Take off the shoe. Look. What you find may be small enough to insult your dramatic side. That's all right. Toss it anyway. If the pebble is a phrase, tip it out onto the table where you eat. Let your fingers feel the edges. Write something kinder on another stone and carry it where your hand will have to touch it to find coins. You don't have to fix your life. You can check your shoe. You can change one sentence that makes every step a little meaner. One by one, the miles won't change, but you will. And the road, which has a long memory, will remember you among the ones who learned to walk without making themselves bleed. The garden behind the small house had been neglected long enough to forget its own name. Grass had become a rumour under bramble. Thistle stood in the beds like bouncers. A rusted trowel slept in a corner under last year's leaves. On the first morning, the gardener knelt there, knees on an old cushion, trousers already collecting burrs, and did not reach for a tool. Instead, they put one hand on the soil and one hand on the chest, as if checking that both places still had a pulse. "May I be safe?" they said quietly, almost as if the dirt were the one who needed convincing. "May I be gentle? May I be at ease?" The words felt odd in the mouth, like saying thank you to your own hands. The inner critic snorted from the fence. Sentimental. Seeds of sentences. Ridiculous. But the gardener had learned the cost of taking orders from that voice. They let the snort be wind and kept speaking as if watering. They began with clearing, not conquering. A handful of long, bitter vines came up without argument. Others clung the way old ideas do, bringing half the bed with them if you pull fast. Slow, the gardener told the arms. Slow is how roots are persuaded. They set what they pulled into a wheelbarrow with a soft thud each time. When the body wanted to rush, to make the garden perfect by noon so life could finally start, the gardener breathed the way a watering can pours. Steady, no splashing. A neighbour leaned over the fence with an apple and a look. "Ambitious," she said, nodding at the tangle. The gardener glanced up, smiled, and made a small bow to the mess as if it were a teacher arriving. "What are you planting?" the neighbour asked. "Kindness," the gardener said, then laughed at how odd that sounded out loud. "The kind I can eat." "Companion planting," the neighbour approved, and left the apple on a post. The soil was compacted, stories pressed into a shape, water confused about where to go. The gardener loosened it with a fork, sinking the tines, rocking gently, listening for the language of stones. Worms appeared, surprised and philosophical. "Thank you," the gardener told them. "Gratitude is a kind of mulch. It keeps the heat in and the weeds down." They chose the phrases like seeds. Some were old, heirlooms. "May I be safe? May I be happy? May I be healthy? May I live with ease?" Others were local varieties, grown to suit their weather. "May I forgive myself for being human? May I hold the part of me that is still learning? May I give myself a chance today?" Each phrase got a little stake, a plant tag written in pencil because pencil lasts in rain. It is important to tuck seeds into soil you've actually touched. The gardener pressed each one with the pad of a finger, just enough to make contact. "May I be safe?" Press. "May I be gentle?" Press. "May I be at ease?" Press. With every planting, the breath matched the movement. Inhale to welcome, exhale to let go. Sometimes tears fell and darkened the ground in small, clean circles. Rain is rain. No one asks its origin once it feeds the roots. On the second day, the weeds looked triumphant. This is what weeds do. When you begin tending, they announce themselves loudly. The inner critic pointed at them like a prosecuting attorney. "See? This is who you are." The gardener did not argue. They walked the rows with a small basket and a softer pace. "When you pull," an older friend had said, "hold the plant low where it meets the earth and wiggle. Pretend you're talking to a stubborn truth. Wiggle, lift, breathe. Wiggle, lift, breathe." What didn't come up cleanly got trimmed. Some roots would return. That was not failure. That was a schedule. They watered with attention, not too much. Drowning is not nurturing, not too little. Neglect is a kind of burn. They learned where the garden hid its thirst, under the lavender that pretended to be tough, along the bed that looked dark but was dry, 2 knuckles down. The watering can was heavy enough to teach the shoulder about patience. "May I be gentle," the gardener said in time with the pour. The water listened. So did the nervous system. They built a small fence, not to keep everything out, to let the garden know its shape. Kindness needs boundaries the way a vine needs a trellis. Without them, growth sprawls and tangles and exhausts itself. The neighbour's dog watched, panting the open-mouthed approval dogs offer to anything that looks like a game. "This is also love," the gardener said to the fence, "saying where you end so you can go on." Days became a rhythm. Before work, 5 minutes of "may I, may I, may I," whispered among leaves, the phrases riding the steam of tea. After dinner, a slow round with the can, praising any green that had the courage to be new. When worry rose at 3 a.m., the gardener pictured seedlings under darkness doing their private engineering, rearranging sugars into ladders. Growth happens without witnesses. So does repair. They added companions. Gratitude went in beside kindness. Those two liked to hold hands. A row of joy for others, mudita, near the gate. Little flags of thought that said, "May your good fortune grow." Joy prevents kindness from becoming a closed loop. Equanimity found its place at the back, a tall, quiet hedge whispering, "May I allow what I cannot change." "You're the windbreak," the gardener told it. "You teach the rest how to stand when weather remembers its strength." Pests came, of course. Shame made lace of the first soft leaves. Envy left bite marks shaped like comparisons. "I should spray," the critic urged, digging in a cabinet for harshness. The gardener tried something else first, observation and soap. They mixed a mild solution, washed the leaves, pinched nothing. Next, they sat on the step and wrote 1 page of truth. "I am afraid I am too late, too old, too much, not enough." Writing draws pests into the open, where birds, humor, friendship, time can see them. After a week, the leaves were whole again. "You were hungry, not evil," the gardener said to the bugs, and meant it for the thoughts too. Rain missed the garden for 3 weeks. The ground went tight in its skin. The gardener set terracotta olas, unglazed pots, into the beds and filled them so water could seep slowly. Breath can be an ola. You fill it and bury it inside you, and it releases moisture all day. "In for 4, the gardener said at the sink. "Out for 6. The longer exhale is a hose turned down to drip so roots go deep. Some mornings the gardener did not want to go out. It felt pointless. Nothing was changing fast enough to satisfy the part that measures. On those mornings, they set a timer for 60 seconds and said phrases to one being only, the self, who was trying. "May I be safe. May I be gentle. May I be at ease." 1 minute is a seed packet you can always afford. Often, after 60 seconds, resistance loosened. Sometimes it didn't. On those days, the gardener still touched the soil, even if only with eyes. "See you tomorrow," they said, which is a vow small enough to keep. The first sprouts appeared on a Tuesday so ordinary it almost missed them. 2 new greens poked up like punctuation in a long paragraph. The gardener crouched. "Hello," they said, feeling ridiculous and right. "Thank you." They resisted the urge to tug the tiny stems taller. Some kindness grows when ignored, some when spoken to. Learning which is a lifetime's apprenticeship. They found joy in labels, small sticks, words in pencil, tucked near each cluster. Safety, north bed. Ease, partial shade. Gentleness, by the path so you have to brush it. They learned that "May I be happy" did well where morning light was soft. "May I forgive" needed space. It sulked when crowded. "May I be at ease" seemed to thrive near a chair. They moved a pot there and made a habit of sitting. As the garden took shape, the gardener widened the circle of metta the way you widen a path so more feet can pass. First, a dear friend, planted beside "May I." "May you be safe," they whispered, picturing her laugh, her hands in a dough of worry. "May you be gentle with your mornings. May you be at ease with your enoughness." They felt the strange flush that comes with wishing well without secretly asking for anything in return. This is how kindness pollinates. Next, a neutral person, the clerk at the post office who always stapled too enthusiastically. "May you be safe," the gardener said, smiling at the staple in mind. "May you be gentle with your stapler. A chuckle is also fertilizer." Then, the difficult one. The gardener set aside a raised bed for this, with good soil and a fence that closed. The first day, they stood at the gate and felt the body go hard. "I can't," they said, and the garden said, "Not today then." The next week, they tried starting with, "May I be safe," until the chest unlatched. Only then did they say once, like a seed placed and not dug up to check, "May you be safe." Not happy, not yet. Safety first. They left the bed alone for a month and didn't harvest anything from it. Boundaries are compost. Given time, the rough becomes rich. Harvest began in moments, not baskets. A conversation that could have turned to flint stayed soft because the gardener had watered themselves that morning. A plan broke, and instead of breaking with it, the gardener stepped back and whispered, "May I be at ease," and the plan softened into a smaller plan. After a long day, a hand reached to the shelf where old punishments lived. It returned with a blanket instead. "May I be gentle," they thought, and the body believed them enough to sleep. Failures were folded back into the soil. A week went by. 2, when the gardener didn't walk the beds at all. On their return, weeds had thrown a party. Shame threw a second. "Welcome back," the neighbor called over the fence, not looking up from harvesting beans. The gardener knelt in the worst corner first and made 1 square foot their world. 4 minutes. Pull, wiggle, breathe. May I be kind to the one who is trying. When the timer chimed, they stood and left the rest unpunished. The next day, another square foot. The old voice tried to declare bankruptcy. The garden forgave the debt in installments. They learned to save seed. When a day went well, when easy arrived without a fight, the gardener noticed what had made conditions right: sleep, a walk before screens, laughter with someone who can laugh at themselves. They let the plant go to flower and set pods. Later, they shook the dry rattles into an envelope labeled, "Conditions that help me." In November, when the sun forgot its job early, they opened the envelope and sowed again. They also learned to share. A child from next door peered through the slats and asked the perfect question, "Can I help?" The gardener handed them a small watering can that dripped in a forgiving way and taught them the phrases as if teaching a rhyme for jump rope. "May I be safe," the child sang, wiggling their shoulders. "May I be gentle," they sang to a ladybug. "May I be at ease," they said to the dirt, then looked up, suddenly serious. "May Grandma be at ease." The garden listened. It always does. Winter came with its practical clarity. The beds rested under a blanket of leaves the gardener refused to call a mess. Frost etched the edges of the last kale. The watering can became a bell when tapped. The gardener moved Meta indoors. Steam on the window, hand on the kettle, breath making clouds. "May I be safe," they said to the part of themselves that feared stillness. "May I be gentle," they said to the part that wanted to judge the slow season. "May I be at ease," they said to the calendar that made threats. The garden slept and grew in ways roots understand better than minds. In the long dark, the gardener wrote the phrases on 4 corners of a scrap of cloth and pinned it inside the coat. Safe at the left chest, gentle at the right, ease by the belly, happy at the pocket. Each time the hand went in for keys, it touched a word. Each touch was a watering. Spring returned the way it likes to, tentatively, then all at once. The beds remembered their names. The neighbor brought seedlings with a flourish, for luck. Though she didn't need luck, she had practice. The gardener walked the paths with a secret they weren't keeping. The understanding that gardens are not transformed by a weekend of fury, but by a calendar of kindness. There were storms. Wind shouldered the fence. Rain carved gullies. A late frost tried to turn everything glass. After each, the gardener did two things. First, they checked for damage and repaired what could be repaired without scolding the sky. Second, they sat, even if only for 3 breaths, and said the phrases again. Not because words fix weather, but because phrases steady hands. One evening, standing by the gate with the day deciding whether to end in pink or gold, the gardener noticed how the path itself had changed. Feet had made it. Nothing dramatic. Just chosen and chosen and chosen until a line appeared where there had been wild. This is what metta does. Not erase hardship, but lay a way through. If you are reading this with a bramble in your chest or a bed gone to seed in the corner of your week, you can start small. 1 breath in, may I be safe. Out, may I be at ease. 1 minute. Whisper, may I be gentle to your jaw, your shoulders, your sleep. 1 square foot. Write a phrase on a scrap of paper and put it where your coffee cup waits. Water it with your first sip. Name your weeds without hating them. Compost yesterday's harshness. It is excellent fuel when given time. Build a fence that fits compassion instead of proving it. Add companions, gratitude, joy for others, the quiet hedge of equanimity. On days you forget, return without ceremony. On days you remember, save the seed of what helped. Some afternoons, stand in your doorway and say the phrases for someone you love, someone you barely notice, someone you can barely stand, and finally, for the wide, uncountable all, bees and buses, nurses and night shift bakers, the man who stares at his phone on the crosswalk, the hand that is holding yours right now or wishing it were. May we be safe. May we be gentle. May we be at ease. The words won't fix the world. They will teach your hands not to harm it. And sometimes, that is the most astonishing harvest. Late one summer, the neighbor called over, "You've shaded out the weeds." The gardener looked and saw it was true. Not because weeds had been banished, but because kindness had made a canopy. Leaves overlapped. Soil stayed cool. Opportunists found less sunlight for their urgency. The garden hummed its green hymn. The air smelled like tomato leaves and clean effort. The Critic still showed up, flapping its clipboard, but had to stand outside the gate and shout over birdsong. It sounded small there, and eventually it got tired and sat down in the grass, listening. At dusk, the gardener walked the rows one last time and touched the plant tags with a fingertip. Safe, gentle, ease, happy, learning, forgive. They did not feel cured, they felt cultivated. When they closed the gate, it clicked with the soft authority of a day tended. Inside, they washed the dirt from their palms, but left some in the lines, the way bakers leave flour on their sleeves. Before sleep, they placed one hand on the chest, one on the belly, and let the phrases fall onto the dark like seeds flung before rain. You could do it now. Close your eyes or don't. Inhale to 4, exhale to 6. Let your jaw fall 1/8 of an inch. Imagine a small plot of ground right behind your ribs. Whisper to it, as if to a shy animal. May I be safe? Pause. May I be gentle? Pause. May I be at ease? If the mind protests, let it rustle in the hedge. If tears come, call it rain. If nothing happens, call it winter and keep the seeds dry. Return tomorrow with a watering can that pours like breath. The garden will remember even if you forget. Because that is what gardens and hearts do when given even a little consistent light. The beach was a plain of light and small decisions. Morning had combed the sand smooth except for lines bird feet had written, and the lace the tide leaves when it backs away. Children arrived carrying buckets and belief. They chose a spot with the deliberation of architects, far enough from the rack line to buy time, close enough to the sea to borrow its shine. The first scoop fell with a thud that said, "We begin." They built fast because beginnings like speed. A wall rose, a square within a square. They cut a gate with the side of a hand, stamped a path with heel and toe. A moat took shape around the main keep and turned dark where trapped water remembered it had been ocean a moment ago. Shells became bells along the eaves. A gull feather, stuck upright, became a flag that meant ours. Seaweed, green ribbons with the scent of far places, was draped like prayer cloth. One child carved an arch with a spoon. Another pressed their palm into the courtyard as if granting a blessing from the body's oldest temple. An older woman, hair gathered like rope that has tied many boats, watched from a folded chair. She had come for the light and for the small lesson the sea teaches, even when you don't want it. The children called her Tia, though she belonged to none of them by blood. She lifted her thermos lid to drink and saluted their industry. A man jogging slowed without meaning to, drawn by the seriousness of play. A dog sat down politely beside the moat and placed his ball as an offering, which the children accepted with ceremony and returned with ceremony, because some rituals exist wherever there is joy. The foreman arrived late, the inner critic wearing a sun hat too tight. It held a clipboard where it had drawn a straight line from start to ideal. It cleared its throat. Make those walls higher. Straighten the gate. Don't waste time on feathers. Where's the plan for storms? Why isn't this further along? It imagined that perfection would make the tide change its mind. The children heard the hat, but listened to the water. They learned the sand quickly. Dry sand sifts, crumbles. Wet sand remembers. They walked their buckets out where the waves offered themselves and waited until just after the break, where the water is heavy enough to teach. They carried it back like hearts, careful, sloshing, and poured not on top, where it skates off, but into. They patted with flat hands, not pokes. The walls became themselves. By midday, the monastery was a city. There were cells for monks, tiny squares where the wind could stop to pray. There was a hall for chanting, roofed with driftwood and a found plank, and in that hall a circle of pebbles where someone had already sat to sing nothing. There were lanterns made from clamshells turned upright, pearls of sun gathered in them for later. 2 solemn boys sculpted a lion at the gate with 3 brave swipes and declared it good. One small girl dug and dug until she found the water base and then kept digging, delighted by the way the hole filled and emptied by itself without her help. "It breathes," she said, and Tia put her hand there and felt the sea move inside the sand and nodded. Yes. The foreman could not stand delight that did not ask permission. You're doing it wrong, it insisted. You should have checked the tide chart. Build farther back, or don't build at all. If you can't make it last, what is the point? It called this wisdom, but it was fear that had borrowed a briefcase. A shadow fell across the courtyard. A monk from the temple down the road had come to walk, as he did each day, in his old brown robe that took on the colour of the shore. He stopped at the gate and bowed to the sand lion as if it were real, which made it real enough. The children welcomed him without fuss and gave him a shell to hang on the bell string they had made from kelp. He did, rang the soft clack once, and stood with them inside the walls. Your monastery is nearly perfect, he said, meaning it is full of life. The foreman preened. Nearly perfect, yes, but fragile. The monk glanced at the horizon, the quiet muscle of it. Everything is fragile, he said, without sorrow. That is why we hold it with tender hands. A wave reached farther than the wave before. The moat shivered, accepted the lesson, widened. The lion lost half a face and looked brave in a different way. No! The foreman snapped, though its hat had never gotten wet for anything. Do something! Protect rescue. The children did something else first. They laughed, bright, not mocking. Then one of them clapped. She's coming, he announced as if the sea were a friend on the path. They set a low terrace before the wall to ask the water to slow its knees. They smoothed the sides where roughness invites collapse. They pressed their small hands against the parapet, warm palms into cool, and felt the sand listen. They made room on purpose for the next arrival. It is not surrender to assume weather. Tia stood and came with a little bucket of her own and added water where drying had made edges brittle. She did not offer advice unless asked. She offered presence, which is an engineering all its own. In the hall of clamshell lanterns, the monk sat and invited anyone who wished to sit with him. 2 children did, then another. They watched their breath pool in their bellies and run out like long slips of ribbon. The air smelled like salt and cookies. Someone was eating 5 beach towels away. A gull walked through their shadow. When thoughts about erosion and failure arrived, they labelled them weather, which was not a denial but a category. Why do you build if it will be gone? One of the children asked, not as a complaint but to taste the answer. To learn how to love and let go, the monk said. To be a person who can begin. The tide came in with the gravity of the moon's yes. It laid its hand on the first wall, and the wall leaned into that hand and then agreed to lie down. The moat forgot its job and became ocean again. The feather flag, surprised to be freed, sailed in a low arc and landed where a dog would later find it and make it into a story. The foreman threw down the clipboard and declared tragedy. It listed everything that was lost as if inventory could earn back what weather took. The children bowed, tiny spines folded, tiny hands pressed, foreheads lowered to rail-smooth stone. Tia bowed. The monk bowed. Even the dog seemed to make a little dip with his head because animals keep rituals naturally when humans remember them. We'll build again tomorrow, one child said, and her voice contained both funeral and birth announcement. The foreman wanted to argue, tomorrow is not guaranteed, but the sea had just demonstrated that nothing is guaranteed. The children clapped once more to mark this ending as they had marked the beginning. The clap felt like a door both closing and opening. They took what could be rescued without violence, a shell bell, 3 unusually round stones, a length of dry kelp that wanted to be a belt later. They did not fight for every tower. They watched a spire take on the delicate arch that means it is hollowing at its ankles, and they admired it the way you admire someone who is beautiful and doesn't need you to say so. The lion's second half face went travelling, and the wind, which likes to imitate whatever is nearby, practiced a roar that was really a whisper. The monk told a story while the waves authored edits. "When I was a boy," he said, "my father taught me to build boats with paper. We folded the same boat every day for 1 week. We set it on the creek. It tipped. We folded again. On the 4th day, it sailed. On the 5th day, we learned the creek does not always want our boats. On the 6th day, a neighbor's dog decided to help by retrieving the boat into his mouth. On the 7th day, we sat by the creek and did not fold, only watched the water move past." That day was also building. Tia added, "When my sister died, I thought I should be stone, but grief is tide. It takes and brings. I put her favorite shells on my windowsill. Sometimes I rearrange them. That is my sandcastle." The foreman did not like this mixing of sacred and ordinary. It wanted rules how not to hurt, steps how not to lose, guarantees how not to be surprised. It wanted a coastline that signed a contract. The children were drafting a different law. One wrote the word, again, with her finger on the wet shore, watched it shine, then watched it vanish under a rushing lace. She wrote it again higher up, and then didn't, smiling at the spot where it had been. A boy made a small, sturdy fort farther back and declared it, "For tomorrow us." Another boy built a tiny secret shrine between 2 rocks and put in it a dove-grey pebble, a hair clip he'd found, and a whisper no one else would hear. "Please help Grandma." He knew a secret. Shrines work even if the walls fall. By late afternoon, the field of play was a field of memory. The beach, a polite host, went back to its pre-visit tidiness with only hints. Here a darker wet patch shaped like a square. There a line of shells where a wall had been. Children washed their hands in the low wash like priests, shook sand from towels, gathered buckets that now clattered with small, unchanged treasures. The dog found the feather and grinned with the seriousness of someone who has been assigned an important task. The monk walked toward the temple, robe heavy with salt, thinking about how the chant that night would carry a new softness at the edges. Tia folded her chair and before leaving, touched the place where the gate had been with 2 fingers and put those fingers to her forehead, as if to lift a blessing into her thinking. On the walk home, the foreman loosened its hat. It had to admit that no one had died from impermanence. It had to admit, grudgingly, that the laughing had been honest and not disrespectful, that the bowing had been more precise than its lists. It sulked less. It considered a demotion to consultant. Night came like a tide with stars in it. In bedrooms across the town, small hands smelled like salt and sleep and a little like seaweed. One child dreamed of a gate that opened by itself. Another dreamed of a wall that grew long legs and walked politely to a new spot. The monk dreamed of paper boats that folded and unfolded with breath. Tia dreamed of her sister laughing by a window full of shells she had not arranged yet. the lesson did not end at the sand's edge. The next day, the foreman tried to take over a different site. A morning's plan. A message came that changed everything, and it wanted to declare disaster before anything had happened. The child, now in shoes, remembered the clap, the bow, the sentence. "We'll build again tomorrow." She went to the sink, watched water, washed her face, and said softly, "We begin." The plan's monastery changed shape. The day, which is a sea no one has mastered, rose. She kept her hands gentle. A man at a desk stared at a project that had taken 3 years and 1 sentence to lose funding. He felt the old ache, the one that says nothing you build will stand. He looked out his window at a strip of sky he had ignored for days and did an experiment the monk would have approved. He placed a shell from last summer on his keyboard, a watchtower of a different kind. He let himself mourn properly, an hour of waves inside. Then he stood, found his shoes, and walked to a park with grass and sat on a bench. He put "again" into his pocket, not as pressure, as permission. He knew now how to rebuild small. A woman receiving difficult results in a white room with a plant that had taught itself to like fluorescent light, heard her doctor's careful words and the critic shouting behind them. She placed one hand over the other on her lap and did the simplest thing anyone had taught her in a long time. Bowed inward. "I see you," she told fear. "You can be here. You cannot rule." Later, on a beach day she made for herself before treatment began, she walked to the line the waves draw and drew, still here with her big toe, and let the ocean read it and take it. And she cried each time, and counted each cry as one wall gently laid down. The children returned the next morning, because that's what children do with joy when adults don't talk them out of it. They picked a different spot because the tide line moves, because yesterday's footprints are a rumor, because beginning thrives on new ground. They called the place Monastery 2 and argued briefly about its name before laughing, because once you know the tide, names matter less. They pressed their palms again. The foreman stood at a distance with its hat in its hands, being taught. They planned for collapse without practicing despair. They dug an inlet to invite the sea in on purpose, at an angle that made current gentle. They left a doorway directly oceanward and decorated it first, so when it fell, it would do it with grace. They wrote a new sign in wet sand near the entrance that read, "Visitors welcome. Weather welcome." A toddler wandered in, clutching a banana like a scroll. They cheered his appointment to abbot and followed him wherever he pointed for 10 minutes. They invented blessings suited to their work. When a tower held, they tapped it twice and said, "Well done." When a wall went, they tapped the spot and said, "Thank you." When someone else's castle up the beach went down with a sigh, they clapped not because it fell, but because a story had finished one chapter. When a child cried because her particular tower was her particular heart, they made space, sat beside her, and did not fix. Only when she looked up did they say, "Again?" She said, "Again," without believing all the way yet, which is how belief begins, half a step. They learned the body language of letting go, hands open, not clutched, exhale longer, knees unlocked, jaw softened a little. When news came in a call from a parent at the towel that meant it was time to leave early, they practiced a good ending. 3 breaths looking at what was left, 1 bow, one shell chosen to carry the day into a drawer. On the ride home, someone fell asleep with sand still on their ankles, and that was also a vow. If anything in you wants permanence so badly it clenches, try this without leaving your life. On a piece of scrap paper, draw a small gate and a wall. Make it pretty if you like. Write 3 names inside, things you care for. Put the page under a cup and fill the cup with water. Then when you're ready, lift it and let water blur the lines, bleed the ink. Watch what dissolves, what remains legible, how the paper looks after. Bow to the blur. Whisper, again, not as a threat, as a lullaby. On a surface that can be wiped, write the word tomorrow with your finger and your breath. Watch it fade. Then write here and wait until it does the same. Find a feather, literal or something light you can carry, and put it somewhere you see when you wake. You could also bring a small practice from the beach into your night. Before sleep, clap once gently to call an ending. Bow to whatever the day built and whatever the day took. Place a hand on your chest and say, thank you. Not because you feel grateful, but because gratitude oils the hinge of beginning. If your mind argues that you must keep everything upright through the dark, invite it to a chair and hand it a clipboard and a tiny hat, and tell it, you may make lists, I will make tomorrow. When morning returns, as tide does, predictable and newly shaped, touch your floor with both feet and say, we begin, as if the plain boards were ashore. Later, long after the summer, when wind had sharpened and the beach had the lit emptiness of a museum before ours, the monk walked the same stretch where the monastery had been. The sea was doing its work, erasing, drawing, erasing. The monk stood with hands tucked in sleeves and smiled at the place because the place was everywhere. He bent, picked up a smooth stone, and turned it over. Someone had written with a felt pen gone pale, almost illegible. Again. He put it back where he found it, a little higher from the waterline, and bowed, because some altars are better shared. There is no moral except the one you make with your hands. Some days the wall will stand. Some days it will not. Your job is not to make the tide behave. Your job is to laugh more than the foreman, to bow more often than the critic, to clap for beginnings and for endings, and to carry a small shell in your pocket to remind you that you are allowed to build beauty that doesn't have to prove itself by lasting forever. When the waves come, say hello. When they go, say thank you. And tomorrow is generous. It will let you try again. At the edge of the city of the heart stood a gate. It wasn't grand, no lions, no gold, but it was honest. A wooden arch, worn smooth by weather and touch. On the lintel, carved simply, were the house rules. Welcome everyone. Weapons stay outside. Help is given a seat. Harm may pass but may not rule. The gatekeeper arrived before dawn, as they always did, with a cup in one hand and a ring of keys in the other. They were not armoured. They wore the kind of coat that looks like it has learned every season. Their face was ordinary in the comforting way of people who are not trying to impress you. Kind eyes, strong back, soft mouth. The keys chimed when they walked, not as a threat, but as a reminder that entry is a collaboration. They unlocked the small door inside the big door, the one thoughts use when they come early and don't want to make a scene. The city woke behind them. Sparrows rehearsed the same miracle. Kettles discovered their single note. Windows blinked. The gatekeeper breathed the breath that sets the rhythm for the day. In for 4, Hold for 1. Out for 6. On the exhale, they whispered the sentence that keeps the hinges oiled. You may be here. You may not lead. The first visitor was Worry, punctual as ever, hat already in hands. There's so much to do, Worry said, eyes scanning the horizon for trouble. Have you checked the ropes, the roof, the weather? What if... The gatekeeper offered the chair by the door with a cushion that had learned to like fidgeting. You may sit, they said, and poured a little tea. Tell me 3 things I can do in the next hour. Worry blinked, startled by specificity. Just 3? Just 3. Worry named them, water the plants, write the first sentence, put the letter in the mailbox, and began to settle. Worry likes jobs. It becomes useful when cut to size. Behind Worry, Doubt slouched with its hands in its pockets, making the shape of someone you once loved and didn't understand. It said nothing at first, a silent exam. The gatekeeper nodded to Doubt the way you nod to weather. You may walk the wall, they said. Report back at noon. Doubt, given patrol instead of a throne, became a guard dog that growled only when needed. Memory arrived next with boxes. Some were labelled with dates, some with scents, some with nothing, which are the dangerous kind. The gatekeeper checked the lids. I'll keep the ones that make me bow, they said, and I'll store the ones that make me small. Memory looked relieved. It was tired from carrying everything alone. Together, they opened one box and let a childhood lake blow its cool breath across the morning. A smaller, sharper box stayed closed. There would be time and help for that one. Then marched in the harsh judge, always early, always opinionated, a stack of verdicts tucked under an arm. We should review failures before breakfast, the judge announced brightly, as if reciting upsides to a storm. We must keep standards high. The gatekeeper held up a palm, firm, not furious. Set your stack here, they said, indicating a table labelled fact. We will look for data, not insults. If you cannot be kind, you must be brief, the judge sputtered, then found a smaller voice hiding inside. Not judge at all, but discernment, who likes clear lines without blood. Discernment stayed. The judge, bored without drama, wandered off to shout at crows and didn't come back. By mid-morning, the crowds grew. Planning arrived in a rush, hair full of sticky notes. The gatekeeper smiled. You get the big desk at 10, they said. Bring 1 page. No more planning saluted and left, surprisingly cheerful, relieved to be treated like a craft instead of a panic. Catastrophe came huffing up the hill with a cape and a megaphone. It's all ending, it shouted, though it never specified what it was. The gatekeeper pointed to a lane with a sign that read, Today. If it is here, we will meet it. If not, you may practice being quiet. Catastrophe, allergic to the present, coughed twice and went to bother clouds. Around noon, a band of Joy wandered up playing pots with spoons and passing around a slice of peach that tasted like sun. Joy always forgets it needs a pass. The gatekeeper pretended not to notice and let it tumble in. Because some laws exist to protect music, not to control it. In the heat of the day, a caravan of shoulds arrived, small donkeys loaded with rules that once saved a life and now just took up lanes. We insist, the lead should said, that everything be done in the correct order, with the correct tone, approved by everyone, especially people who do not like you." The gatekeeper bowed to the animals, scratched their ears, and lightened their packs. They kept the few shoulds that prevented harm, stop at red lights, apologize when you've hurt someone. They returned the others to the well of maybe, where unhelpful obligations dissolve. The donkeys looked 10 years younger without their sacks and wandered off to eat thistle, which is the work they had wanted all along. Afternoon brought the difficult delegation, shame in a heavy cloak, flattery in too much fragrance, perfectionism carrying a tape measure and sighing at everything that wasn't a mirror. The gatekeeper greeted each by name, which took half the power out of them at once. "You've come to protect," they said, and shame, surprised to be seen, sat down with a thump and cried a little. The gatekeeper passed a clean cloth. "You may cry," they said. "You may not run the city." To perfectionism, they handed a small chisel. "Make something tiny," they said. "When you finish, make it a gift." Perfectionism, deprived of grand stages, became a patient artisan. Flattery tried to flirt with the gate. The gate yawned. Because the city was alive, everything didn't always go according to kindness. A skirmish broke out between resentment and grief in the market square, words thrown like fruit gone soft. The gatekeeper stepped between them, not with a sword, but with a bell. The bell's tone walked to the edge of the square and back again without arguing with anyone. "Pause," the gatekeeper said. "Name." Resentment said, "I am hurt because it was not fair." Grief said, "I am hurt because it is gone." Once named, they stopped sharing the same chair. They still bickered, but softer, like people who discover they are standing in the same rain. In late afternoon, when shadows lengthen and the mind decides to rehearse endings, the gate of night slid on its hinges. Visitors changed outfits. Worry put on a black coat and pretended to be prophet. Nostalgia brought wine and stories that swapped truth for a better plot. Loneliness stood just outside the threshold, with its hands in its sleeves, waiting for someone to mistake it for a doorway. The gatekeeper lit lamps one by one around the inner wall, warm circles that made the dark honest but not cruel. At each lamp they posted a small card with questions that loosen knots. Is this true right now? Is this helpful? Is this kind? No interrogations, they told the night. Only invitations. Thoughts came and read the cards the way travelers read maps. Some shrugged and moved on. Some traced the routes with fingers and softened. A courier arrived panting with a message stamped urgent in red. The gatekeeper took the envelope and held it up to the lamp. You can see through paper when you're not afraid of what is written there. Inside, nothing that could not wait until morning. Thank you, the gatekeeper told the courier, who looked embarrassed and relieved. We'll deliver at first light. The courier nodded and slept on a bench, his urgency exhaling out of him in one long string. A child came to the gate, barefoot, hair all questions. She carried a small box. For you, she said, not quite looking up. Inside, a seashell and a note, for when you forget the sound of enough. The gatekeeper held the shell to their ear and heard the city breathing, which is the only ocean most hearts require. When the moon topped the houses, the one visitor arrived who always made the gatekeeper stand taller. Anger. Not rage, not fireworks. Anger in her honest clothes, smoke still on her from some injustice. She was not polite, she was precise. They were harmed, she said, and named who. There must be a boundary. The gatekeeper opened the door wide and made tea strong enough to walk by itself. "Sit with me," they said. "We will draft the letter. We will make the call. We will say the number. We will not set the city on fire to prove we have matches." Anger sipped, nodded, approved. "You always keep me employed," she said. "Not as a hammer." As a compass, they did the needed thing. It took less time than fear had told them it would. It also took a kind of courage that looks boring to onlookers. Steadiness, a clear voice, a phone put down gently when enough had been said. Low night, when many people grow smaller than their own beds, brought a parade of thoughts in pajamas. Some were warm, like gratitude, which likes to wander late and count the rooms. Some were cold, like catastrophe sneaking back under a blanket. The gatekeeper, who had trained for this hour, kept a night window open. Through it drifted crickets and a small river sound that belonged to no particular river. They practiced their tender ritual, hand to heart, hand to belly, breath longer out than in. Minds roam, they whispered to the dark. Bodies rest. When intrusive thoughts banged on the gate as if the city owed them something, the gatekeeper slid a card through the slot. "I will meet you tomorrow after tea. For now, not now." Most thoughts, when treated like citizens instead of invaders, accept a rain check. The noisy few paced for a while, then curled up beneath a lamp and fell asleep without noticing they had. In the small hours, a stranger appeared. No shoes, cloak tattered, eyes with an animal's shine. Fear, not the antique fear that keeps bodies safe from cliffs. Newer fear, poorly trained, hauling alarms that have not been tested. The gatekeeper did not pretend not to see it. They drew a chalk circle at the threshold. "Sit with me inside this ring," they said. "I will hold this line." Fear quivered, then folded at the edges, then lay down. The gatekeeper sat too, back touching wood, eyes open but kind, counting the breaths until the tremor passed. "You may be here," they whispered. "You may not choose the story." Near dawn, the quiet ones came, the citizens whose passports bear names rarely stamped. Wonder walked in barefoot, leaving a trail of cool. Awe followed, nodding to the lamps as if recognizing relatives. Sorrow came, not to be fixed, only to sit beside the sleeping city like an aunt who knows she is not the only one who wakes. The gatekeeper poured tea for them all in tiny cups, the kind used when you want to make a moment long. Sorrow lifted her cup. "I'm not an enemy," she said. "I know," said the gatekeeper. "You make room." "And you," Wonder said, "you make room for me." "I try," the gatekeeper said, and the try was not failure. It was practice. When morning's grey turned to pearl, the gatekeeper stretched the way a tree does without self-consciousness. They checked their pockets, the ring of keys, the shell for enough, the card that says, "You may be here, you may not lead," the small bell. They wrote the city's daily letter and pinned it to the inside of the gate where thoughts could read it upon entry. Today we will assume good intent and maintain good boundaries. We will make one pot of soup and share it with whoever is trying. We will forgive the first mistake and teach after the second. We will ask for help at 3 o'clock. We will close at night. Closing is not death. We will reopen. Reopening is not a miracle. It is a practice. As the city stirred again, apprentices arrived. shy figures who had once been critics and were learning to be guards. They wore small keys and nervous smiles. The gatekeeper trained them gently. "Watch for the ones who cry when named," they said. "Call them by name. Watch for the ones who shout when ignored. Give them a job. Watch for the ones who arrive armed. Point to the sign. If they insist, we walk them to the boundary and bow. We do not wrestle. We do not surrender. We do not forget to drink water." They practiced scenarios. "What do you do?" the gatekeeper asked, "when a memory shows up and tries to reenact the worst night?" An apprentice said, "We say, 'Not a stage,' and escort it to the archive." "Good," said the gatekeeper. "And when joy comes in giggling during a meeting?" Another said, "We take a 30-second recess and let it cross the square." "Good," said the gatekeeper. "Then we return and finish the letter." They walked the wall together, hands passing over the stones, feeling for loose places. "Where are we thin?" the gatekeeper asked. "Where do we need softer?" The apprentices learned that strength and softness are not enemies. They are friends who take turns. It wasn't a perfect city. Too much noise sometimes, some alleys not yet lit, windows that remembered slamming. But the gate made a difference. Fewer stampedes, more chairs. Healing had a station. Rest had a schedule. The gatekeeper kept to theirs. At waking, 2 minutes of breath at the threshold. At noon, 3 sentences written by hand that begin with, "What helps now is." At dusk, 1 bow to the day, 1 bow to the night. At disturbance, the bell, then the questions. They weren't rigid. Rigidity rusts hinges. On wild days, they abbreviated, hand to chest, breath, the sentence that restores jurisdiction. You may be here, you may not lead. Years turned like pages. The city's tone warmed a degree or two. The citizens, even the tricky ones, began to trust the sign because it didn't change. Children grew up under it and learned how to be thoughts that people can live with. Sometimes a new thought, a cutting one, would arrive and try to take the old road to the throne. It would stop at the gate, see the rules, and shrug. Fair, it would say, and sit down and grow nuanced. On a day like any other, the gatekeeper found in the post a letter addressed to them. Inside, a single line, written in a hand they recognized as their own but older. "Thank you for guarding without war." They folded the letter twice, slid it under the shell, and went back to work with the softness in the knees you get when being thanked lands where it should. If you would like to practice this, you can right now, without wood or stone. Sit as if you sit at a gate. Let your spine be the arch, your collarbones the lintel, your breath the door that opens and closes. A thought approaches. Look at its hands. Are they empty? Is it carrying tools or weapons? Ask softly, "Will you help?" If yes, give it a task no bigger than an hour. If no, point to the sign. Tell it, "You may be here, but you may not lead." If it insists, ring the inner bell, 1 long exhale. Repeat the rule. Escort it kindly to the bench. Check your pockets. A shelf are enough, a card with the questions, a key called "Not Now." Night folded itself around the house the way a mother draws a blanket up to a child's chin. The teacher moved through the small room with the patience of someone lowering the day 1 hinge at a time. A lamp on the low table made a soft pond of light. On the window, the moon wrote a pale square that shifted a little with every breath of wind. The kettle, finished with its evening's duty, clicked as it cooled. Tiny footfalls travelling down metal stairs. Floorboards remembered every footfall and kept them, then let them go. He sat on the edge of the bed and let the soles of his feet find the rug as if greeting an old friend. Behind the ribs, the heart tapped a steady code. I am here. I am here. The body, loyal and a little tired, waited for permission to stop pretending it was a drum. There was a familiar scuff at the threshold of awareness, like a chair being pulled out in the mind's small hall. The visitor arrived without ceremony. The inner critic, evening edition. No armor, just an armful of ledgers and a pencil chewed down to worry. Before you sleep, it began, and already the pages caught lamplight. Lists, tallies, what you could have said, what you should have done, where you fell short, where the future will demand more than you have. He did not sigh. He did not argue. He turned to the guest and stood. He brought his hands together and bowed, not low enough to surrender, but low enough to acknowledge. "Thank you for your vigilance," he said, and meant it. "You have worked hard today." He gestured to a cushion he had set aside for such arrivals, the one by the window where the moonlight pooled. "Sit. Rest with me." The critic blinked, unsure how to behave when not needed for a trial. "There's so much," it said, softer now. "If we don't go through it, something might slip past. We could be caught unprepared." "Something always slips past," the teacher said kindly. "That is how life fidgets its way forward." He poured water into a cup, not tea, just warmth. "Tonight we practice the art of putting down. Morning is for picking up again." He lifted the blanket back and climbed beneath it. The bed accepted him, old wood giving a friendly sigh. He patted the quilt beside him. "Come," he said to the critic. "No debates." Watch how the body remembers how to sleep if we stop telling it a news report. He began the ritual that ended every day, not out of superstition, but out of mercy. One hand on the belly, one hand on the heart. The hands were heavier than ideas, and therefore trustworthy. "Good night, feet," he whispered, as if the feet were children worn out from play. "Thank you for carrying me without complaint to places my mind hesitated to go." He pictured the feet unlacing their duty, placing it neatly by the door. "Good night, knees," he said, "hinges of humility. Thank you for bending when pride wanted to lock." He let both knees melt a finger width into the mattress. "Good night, hips. Good night, belly. House of breath, hearth of courage." The belly rose under his palm like a small tide. "Good night, back. Ladder I climb without noticing. Thank you for holding me when I forgot to lean on anything else." He felt the muscles soften one rung at a time. "Good night, shoulders. You may put the world down now. It has its own shelves." He imagined unhooking invisible bags from each shoulder, bags labelled with the day's names, and setting them on the floor where they could no longer pose as responsibilities for the night. "Good night, hands. You have reached far enough today. Curl, uncurl. Have nothing to hold for a while." The fingers obeyed with grateful little pops. "Good night, throat," he murmured, touching the soft notch above the breastbone. "You said what you could. What you didn't say will have another road." The tight band there loosened. "Good night, jaw," he whispered, letting the teeth part, the tongue drop from the roof with a tiny click. "You don't have to be a guard dog." A warmth spread from the hinge points like honey. Good night, eyes. Turn your seeing inward now, the kind that doesn't require light. The lids, delighted, became heavier curtains. The critic watched, ledgers idle in its lap, pencil forgotten. What about the mistakes? It asked after a time, but the question lacked teeth. He breathed in for 4, paused 1, breathed out for 6, the exhale pouring like water from a careful pitcher. We will learn from them when the sun returns to its desk, he said. Tonight we learn from darkness. Tonight we practice being someone who deserves rest, even when unfinished. He turned on his side and tucked a pillow into the bend of his knees, a little generosity he always forgot until remembered. Outside, a dog barked twice at a roomer and then found his own bed. The house answered in its language of settling. A tiny pop here, a creak there, the click of cooling breath in the kettle. Night wore kindness like a shawl. The critic tapped a ledger, not to tally, but because nervous hands do what they know. If I stop, it said, I won't be me. My whole job is to keep you from being surprised. The voice was young suddenly, less judge, more child, who learned to watch the door when no one else did. He rolled onto his back and looked at the ceiling where moonlight traced a slowly traveling river. I know, he said. You were born when alarms were needed. You arrived in classrooms with red pens, in living rooms with silence, in years when praise was expensive. You taught me to read faces better than poems. You made me early to meetings and late to cruelty. He turned his head toward the cushion. I am grateful. He placed both hands over the heart now, one palm warmed by the other. And I have grown other guardians, he continued, a gatekeeper who greets thoughts at the city of the heart and asks only this: are you helpful? Come in. Are you harm? You may pass, but you cannot rule. The critic looked toward that inner gatekeeper in its understated authority, then back at the teacher. What if I forget how to sleep? It asked after a minute, voice small. Then we let the body rest even awake, the teacher said. We lie here and ride the breath like a boat on a lake. No oars needed. We let wakefulness be weather, not a war. He pictured the skiff from another morning and the empty boat that once rammed him and smiled. If thoughts bump us, we check for a captain. If there is none, we let them drift. If there is, we create the minimum distance required for dignity. He closed his eyes and did what the day never allows. Nothing. He visited the bowl of the mind and set it down. He did not stir. He let the silt of hours fall grain by grain. When stories rose, the face at the market, the sentence he wished he had said, the email shaped like a small storm, he labeled them gently: memory, planning, worry, and each label was a stone placed beside the bowl instead of into it. The critic yawned accidentally. It looked embarrassed. He laughed softly, not at it, but with the sweetness of seeing something human in even the parts of himself that still carried whips. Tonight, he said, we make a small ceremony of amnesty. He imagined a narrow table in a dim hall where all his versions sat. The one who snapped, the one who stayed silent too long, the one who tried to make everyone comfortable and forgot himself, the one who remembered himself and forgot to be kind. He walked down the line and touched each shoulder. You tried, he told them. Rest. He opened a window in that inner room and let night pour in. The air smelled like rain that didn't fall. He thought of the bamboo grove bending without argument, of the storm that had demanded bowing, not breaking. He let his breath sway him a little, even lying down. Inhale, a quarter-inch rise. Exhale, a quarter-inch settling. He borrowed the grove's physics, flexibility as wisdom, not weakness. He thought of the strawberry on the cliff, the taste of red right in the middle of fear, and reached for the glass of water by the bed. One sip. The cold slipped through his throat and hung a small lantern in the chest. "Sweet enough," he whispered, placing the glass back where it belonged. He let a hand drift to the lower ribs and imagined a garden there in the dark, small signs on sticks, each bearing a phrase he had planted and tended imperfectly but consistently. May I be safe. May I be gentle. May I be at ease. May I forgive myself for being human. The signs caught moonlight and threw it back as reassurance. "Say your piece," he told the critic. "Then we close the shop." The critic shuffled papers it no longer believed in and read the top line out of habit. "You didn't do enough." The teacher nodded. "Thank you. We can add, for today he made the sentence whole. You didn't do enough today for a world no single person can finish, and you did what you could." "Next," he invited. "You could have said it better," the critic offered. "Probably," he agreed. "And the person who hears me tomorrow will benefit from tonight's humility." He smiled at the thought that mistakes are simply drafts written in breath. "You are falling behind," the critic tried, wanly now. He lifted the pebble he kept on the nightstand. Smooth, pocket warm, etched faintly with the word "here." He placed it on his chest so the heart could read it in Braille. "I am here," he said. "Behind and ahead are roads. Tonight is a room." The critic put its pencil down. Moonlight made a quiet stare up its cheek. In that softened light, he saw the archer who once shot second arrows without being asked. He saw the guard dog taught not to sleep. He saw not a monster, but a tired helper who had stood in a doorway too long with no relief. "Lie down," he suggested gently. "On the bed?" the critic asked, scandalized. "On the rug is fine," he said. And when the critic hesitated, he took the spare blanket from the chair and laid it on the floor, then smoothed it once with a palm. "I'll keep watch," he promised, and meant, "the grown parts of me will." The critic, surprised by a kindness it had never expected, curled there, small as a question mark, and exhaled an entire afternoon. He looked out the window. The moon had climbed one tile higher on the roof opposite and was staring right in as if to say, "I am here whether or not you notice." He bowed to it without leaving the bed. A tilt of the heart toward what shines on purpose. Then he made the final bow of the day, invisible and absolute. "Thank you for trying to protect me," he whispered to the part that never stopped scanning. "I am safe enough to rest." The words were not a performance. They were a permission slip signed with breath. He let a body scan walk itself without his management. Toes, feet, ankles, calves, knees, thighs, hips, belly, chest, back, hands, forearms, elbows, upper arms, shoulders, neck, jaw, tongue, lips, cheeks, eyelids, eyebrows, forehead, crown. At each stop, he placed one word like a lantern left at a doorstep. Enough. He knew sleep sometimes comes sideways, like a cat choosing a lap on its own timeline. He resisted the urge to seduce it, to bargain. He offered the lap of breath and waited. In the waiting, he performed the smallest kindnesses. turned the pillow to the cool side, drew the blanket higher at the feet, where night always finds a gap, aligned his spine to the story it prefers. Long, unheroic, true. If wakefulness lingered, he would let it sit. Wakefulness is a guest, not a burglar. The house exhaled with him. Somewhere, a late walker's steps ticked by and then dissolved. A bird changed wings in sleep. The neighbor's window made a rectangle on his ceiling for a moment and then closed. The village was a body settling, thousands of lungs trading stories for air. He felt himself among, not apart. When a flare of regret rose, the mind is a clever pyrotechnician. He practiced the night mantra that turned explosions into lanterns. Only one arrow. Ouch, yes. And now, care. The flare lowered itself into embers and then into the warm dark behind the sternum, where embers become heat for the room, not fire for the curtains. And when a thought rammed him from nowhere, tomorrow's worry, yesterday's sharp word, he pictured it as the empty boat again. No captain, he murmured. He let it glance off. He did not pursue. And if the wind returns? The body asked, remembering storms. I bend, he answered, barely moving. A small side-to-side tide in the ribs. I do not break. He did not search for revelations. Night is poor soil for harvesting answers. Night is for loosening roots so answers can draw water when dawn arrives. He made a line of 3 short, unambitious prayers and let them repeat until even prayer became breath. May I be safe. May I be gentle. May I be at ease. After a while, the room changed. Not because the objects moved, but because the edge between him and the world softened. The eye that had driven all day, a busy, well-meaning cart horse, was led to a stall with clean straw and a bucket of water and a hand on its neck. The larger eye, the field and the fence, the sky and the weather, stayed awake without effort. That one could keep watch. That one did not need eyelids. He felt the seam where doing becomes being and didn't force it, simply stood nearby until it invited him through. The critic, asleep on the rug, made a small sound, something like the first snore of a child who fought bedtime and then surrendered mid-protest. He smiled without opening his eyes. The last muscle unclenched, the one behind the sternum that tries to hold the day together with string. He floated, not out of the body but deeper into it, the way a lake receives a stone gently when the stone remembers it is made of earth and water both. The breath ran all the way down, found the souls, returned. He dreamed before he slept. Pictures that are the mind's way of cleaning the studio. He walked through the bamboo grove. Each column bowed as he passed and rose again. He crossed the river where the elder had set burdens down, sandals making wet apostrophes on the stones. He entered the hermit's hut, and the moon was on the floor. He lifted it. It weighed nothing. He tasted a strawberry that tasted like red and forgiveness. He swept a small patch of sky, and it shone. He stood on the beach and clapped once, and the sea answered with a wave that put itself to bed. And then sleep arrived, shy, precise, without fanfare. It came like a cat. Front paw, pause, second paw, pause, a turn, a need, a settling. It curled not only in his limbs, but in the room, in the ledger on the critic's lap, in the tiny worries hung like coats on pegs inside the chest. It pulled its tail over its nose. The lamp, already dimmed, became a moon egg. The moon outside shifted its square and left it on the wall like a promise. Before the last thread of wakefulness slipped, he spoke the sentence that the day would find in him in the morning like a note tucked under a cup. I am worthy of rest. I am already enough. The words did not ring. They sank, weighted with the truth of the body lying down. They reached the floor, then the foundation, then the dirt, then whatever holds the dirt. And the house, hearing them, settled deeper into the night, as if also reassured. If you are listening, in your own room, with your own ledgers whispering, and your own jaw alert, and your own heart doing its faithful tapping, you can try the same ceremony. You don't need candles or vows. You need 2 hands, one for the heart, one for the belly. You need a breath that's a finger longer out than in. You need the audacity to thank the voice that tried to protect you, and the courage to tell it, I am safe enough to rest. Say goodnight to your pieces. Bow where you are. Choose one sentence to place like a stone on the riverbed of your chest. Enough. Let the bowl be still. Let the bamboo sway. Let the boat drift without you climbing aboard. Let the garden keep watch. Let the sandcastle lay itself down so that tomorrow it may rise with laughter. Let the moon do what it does without your management. Let the body remember its oldest prayer, in, out. And when sleep comes, cat, lake, tide, let it find you already halfway to meeting it, with a pillow of kindness under your cheek and a blanket woven from the truth you remembered before the world taught you to forget. You don't have to earn the right to rest by finishing the day perfectly. You can rest because you are a creature. You can rest because night is generous. You can rest because already, even now, you are enough.